Hello and welcome to my stream. Tonight we play more of Digimon World, and last Sunday I think we were finishing Tyrannomon's cycle. Unfortunately, it was not a very good one. I mean, what could you expect from Tyrannomon, right? He's not one of our favorite Digimons in this game. But I also think we ended up getting another cycle, and my Digimon turned to be or digivolved into a Sukamon. And then I tried to digivolve Sukamon into his ultimate, and I also failed. So last Sunday it was not a very great progress or a very good cycle on this game because actually couldn't really do anything that was very important. We even tried to go to the arena, but then I think I got Andromon, and then when I was like ready to join the rank S tournament, he died like in the morning of that day or something. So we were very close to try winning a rank S tournament, but we couldn't. So pretty much everything failed last time. Hopefully we have better luck today. And I'm not certain if I went for the Lakmon path, but I do remember checking my Digimon chart last time and realizing that Elecmon would be my best pick for my next cycle. So hopefully that's what I did. I will need to check it right now, but I do think I went for Elecmon for better odds. So let's go for it. I do hope you can get at least a new champion. And if not, then we work with our results and we try to come up with new strategies, right? But I gotta say it's been very hard. It's been very hard for us to get to more Digimon or to new Digimon. But let's see if we'll have a lucky day. So Ultros, how are you, man? How was your Sunday? Just like yesterday, I'm feeling a little bit tired. But then today I think it's more because I ate lunch just an hour ago. So after eating a lot, my body is like kinda lazy. But I do think after some hours of streaming, oh, I have Wamon? I forgot about that. So never mind, I'm still finishing Wamon's cycle because I went for Palmon then, right? Yeah, I remember now that I started the second cycle after Tyrannomon slash Andromon died. And then that cycle was a Palmon then. And then I could not get her last ultimate. And I ended up getting a Wamon. And that happened, I believe, because I gave Palmon a lot of brains, right? And then I was surprised that Wamon was the brains Digivolution. Okay, so we'll be trying to finish Wamon's training and everything, because Wamon can become something new. Yes, I just don't know what it is. But definitely on the next cycle we'll go for Elecmon, because we still can get 2 new champions in there. How old is Wamon? Okay, Wamon is already very old, so maybe it's either going to digivolve soon or to die right before digivolving again. And it seems that I was training her speed and a little bit of offense. The brains, I probably stopped training her brains after I got her, but I will keep on going with the offense and speed, I guess. So I was saying that I ate lunch not too long ago. And it's funny because yesterday we were talking about food as always. And I brought up that I have a friend that her favorite dish is like rice. So maybe because I said that yesterday, today I felt like eating a lot of rice. And I only cooked some couple side dishes like cooked potatoes and an omelette. I was also planning to cook or actually to bake some chicken nuggets, but then I couldn't light my oven. It was taking forever and then I ended up giving up. But yes, today I had a lot of rice for lunch. Rice with carrots and raisins. So let's go for more offense, so you can get your 400 if I'm not mistaken. And then we decide going either for more speed, trying to get to 500 there, maybe 200 of defense, maybe more HP or MP, I have no idea anymore. But let's go for offense. But I could swear I ended up having a Sukamon. You know what? Maybe Tyrannomon digivolved into an Andromon, and then my Andromon turned into a Sukamon, and then I decided to not turn him back into Tyrannomon because he was too old. Maybe that's what happened last time. Yeah, let's try getting speed so it can get to 500. If only I could start getting a new ultimate, that would be awesome. Especially after a very frustrating last stream on Sunday of this game. If you could start the day with like, oh my god, it's a new ultimate, that would be so rewarding. But I don't know. I have the feeling if that had to happen, or if that was supposed to happen, it should have already happened, so probably we'll need to start it over. So you made a sandwich earlier today with the guava paste? How was it? Was it another very full of vegetable sandwich like the other one you did? So it was grilled chicken. So this time you added some chicken. Grilled chicken, bacon, roast red pepper, cheese, and tomato. It was a bit different, but it still sounds good. Yeah, yeah. I remember the other one had more greens, right? Maybe a lettuce. I remember seeing some greens on that other picture. And then the guava paste. Hi Mentor, how are you, man? How's your Sunday? I'm doing alright. My whale, I can't say how she's doing actually because she was angry. And I'm hoping she's ready to digivolve, but I'm not sure. Yeah, she's angry as you can see. Yeah, I can only speak to myself, man. I have no idea what this whale or this game have planned to me, so hopefully it's good things, but you see the wave is like super low right now. Maybe that's going to ruin the Digivolution. So I will try to feed her a little bit. So ultra subs are usually loaded with all the vegetables. Mine too, man. Although I gotta say that probably my favorite sub from Subway is one that's called BMT. I'm not sure if it's the same name in English, but it's basically their salami, pepperoni, and ham sandwich. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's those three slices of meat, right? Or pork, or pig's meat. But yeah, salami, pepperoni, and ham. BMT. That's probably my favorite from Subway. But then I also add the rest of the salads, like the rest of the toppings, because I know a lot of people they kind of go for the main meat, like I don't know, ham or pepperoni or chicken or something like that, and then they don't ask for salads. No, I go for everything. Like put the pepperoni, the ham, the sausage or the salami, plus the lettuce, the tomatoes, the onions, the green peppers, the pickles, everything. And then I normally go for two sauces, or maybe I should say two more seasonings. I normally ask them to go for or to add some vinegar, and then it depends on my preference for that day because I can choose between barbecue sauce or honey mustard sauce. Yeah, sometimes I go barbecue or sometimes I go mustard. But then I ask them to add some vinegar and sometimes oregano or some uh, red pepper flakes. Is that how it was called? I forgot the name. I think it's that, right? Ultras red pepper flakes. So Ultras gets lettuce, cucumber, tomato, peppers, onion, olives. Oh yes, I forgot about the olives. I also asked them to add some olives to my sub. Red pepper flakes. There we go. Then spinach. I had spinach today because I told you yesterday that I bought spinach. I had spinach today on my omelette. It was a tomato, ham, cheese, green peppers, onions, spinach, and oregano omelette. And then I ate it with my rice. Mushrooms. I wish the Subway here would give you mushrooms for the subs, but they don't have mushrooms. Then hot peppers and jalapenos. They also don't have jalapenos. Mentor, you know what's my least favorite sandwich? Let me know which one is it. Actually, I think I know which one is my least favorite. Usually for the sauce, you go mayo or a sub sauce, which is basically Italian salad dressing, hot sauce, and honey mustard. Oh, the toast sandwich? No, the toast sandwich was good. Come on, I was not roasting it that much, right? Victor was saying that he thought it was super funny, like my reaction when he was saying it. It's because I was surprised by the idea. It was like shocking, creative, a shocking creative sandwich. So I was like not expecting it. So of course when I first heard of it, I was like, what the hell? But then after giving it a thought, I didn't think it was too bad. There are way worse things out there that people cook or people try to eat. So no, I don't hate it that much. For example, I would rather eat a toast sandwich instead of eating a grilled chicken sandwich or a grilled chicken sub from Subway. That would be my least favorite sub from them, I think. Because even their meat options, like I think they have grilled meat sub as well, I can take it better than eating a chicken sandwich. I really don't like grilled or roast chicken. It's not really my thing. That's just because Subway is bad. Do you guys have many other sub sandwiches, food chains, or like big brands? Because in here, honestly, it's only Subway. There can be some like local places, but no other one compares to Subway. So, because there isn't a lot of competition, it's hard for me to say that Subway is really bad. But in there, I imagine there are many other options, and then by comparing those options, you can say, "Oh, this one is better. That other one sucks." And here, there isn't a lot of competition, so you gotta either like it or stay without some subways or some subs, right? You have the Quiznos, Jimmy John's, but you're just kidding. You like Subway? Yeah, I like Subway too, even though it depends on which one you go. Like each store will have a different quality. There can be in the same city good Subways and bad Subways. But I like it. Sometimes you don't really want to eat something very fatty, so it could be a good option. Their chicken breast is not for you. Yeah, I'm also going to pass that, but I could pass chicken from any place because I'm not a chicken fan. Although today, when I was describing my lunch, I do wish I could light my oven in time for me to bake some chicken nuggets because I do like chicken nuggets. But I gave up because my oven was not having a good day or not really wanting to help me out, so I gave up. Maybe tomorrow I can be more patient or have more time and then try to light my oven to bake the nuggets. So now I want to go for defense. So this Subway is like the leader by huge, like a huge lead. Yes, it's totally the worldwide brand for subs. But then the other 5% is shared between Mr. Sub, which is better, but it's dying, and Quiznos. Oh, so Quiznos is also in Canada, huh? Which you barely see. And there was a place called Firehouse Subs, but you think they died. That's at least in this part of Canada. And then Mr. Sub was always your favorite. Um, do they have anything very different that stands out in comparison to Subway that you could tell us? Or would you say they are very like the same but it tastes better? Or do they do something very different, like maybe they have this one special sauce that I have never seen before in my life and then Subway can't compete against it? How different is this Mr. Sub? And then Mentor has a firehouse near him. I like the name. Firehouse is a name that makes me curious. It sounds like their subs will be like very spicy or very well seasoned. I would give it a shot thanks to its name. You would find Kisnos in random malls and stuff. So no, Mr. Sub is pretty neck and neck as far as the products they offer. By neck, I'm understanding. You mean that it's like they do the same as Subway, but it's better. Then they don't really stand out with something very creative or unique, right? Quiznos can cut your gums. What? On spiciness, maybe? I would need to be careful because yes, I'm not very used to eat some spicy food. The bread can cut your gums? Damn. Mr. Sub was the original place that used Italian salad dressing as sub sauce. And then Mr. Sub smells better than. Wait, better when you walk? You walk in as well. You mean the place, right? Not the sub. So neck and neck, it means like very close. You might say two cars in a race are neck and neck. It is hard as heck, Mentor. Remember yesterday when I was saying that I would have sandwiches for dinner after the stream? Thank goodness my two baguettes that uh, I left them inside the refrigerator for one night. Thank goodness they were not too hard because I was really scared of like, oh my god, I'm going to have a very hard sandwich. No, they were okay. After I took them out from the refrigerator and left them for hours to get warmer, they were not too bad. They were of course not fresh, but they were not very hard, thankfully. And then those two sandwiches were my dinner yesterday. So Quiznos, yeah, they toast and their bread has more of a crust to it. So it can remove a layer of your gums. But why don't they change it? Like, if they know it's like a problem that people have been complaining about, they gotta change their bread. And then Firehouse, you saw one in your life in a smaller city that it's closed now. And then you think they had a gimmick where some money supported local firehouses. Okay, that makes sense for its name. As in fire stations. But people like it even with the very hard bread. I mean, if Quiznos has a very hard bread and even still it's better than Subway, man, Subway there sucks then. It gotta be really bad. Even a hard bread place is better than Subway. You don't think enough people do? There's sociopaths out there that like chewing on hard things and they like the crunchiness. I don't know. I think that if it is as hard as you guys are saying, I wouldn't like it. Why would you ask or order something that's hard for you to eat, you know? That's because I'm saying it makes sense then. Where you grew up, it was very, very, very Middle Eastern, man. Middle Eastern food is good. You gotta find a kipe place, Ultras. Kipes are the best. Mentor, do you know kipe? I'm saying kipe because that's the word in Spanish for the dish. And I think if you, it's that's the pronunciation, but it's like this. Yeah, that's the way to spell it. Look for that on Google, man. It's a Middle Eastern ground beef snack, and it's very good. I'm using that word because Emily taught me that, and Emily lives in New York, and then in New York it's known as kipe. It's like the Spanish word for it, and it's like one of my favorite snacks ever. It's super fresh. It's delicious. It has some very refreshing herbs on the mix. It has some lime taste as well because you can add some lime to it. I also love to eat it with ketchup. But you know what? I have never tried eating it with barbecue sauce. And I now think it will taste fantastic with barbecue sauce. What is the taste? So it's so hard to explain. It's like ground beef. Maybe it's close to meatballs, but it gets better seasonings and spices than meatballs, in my opinion. Maybe it's close to meatballs. That's how I would compare it, but it's not the same. And it's also very soft. After that gets fried, it's very soft. Like the meat dissolves in your mouth, and then you get the taste of the lime or the herbs it has. It normally has some cilantro or some very refreshing herbs on it. It's so good. I can eat them forever. My birthday was in the beginning of this month, and to please myself, I ordered 80 kipes. And then I was eating it for 3 days, I think. It was super good and super worth. So I would totally recommend you give it a shot because it's like one of the best Middle Eastern dishes ever. There is even a recipe that you can bake kipes instead of frying it. But I would recommend you trying the fried version. It's much better than the baked kipe, in my opinion. And then I still need to try the kafta, right? I remember saying that I would be tasting kafta for the first time. I still gotta try that. I do have a store in my city that sells it. I just need to order it. So there wasn't any real fast food places walking distance or even biking distance. So we really all just ate like Afghanistan or Lebanese Palestine area of the world type food, which is great. Did you have isfihas? Do you know what's a isfiha? Probably I showed a isfiha before on stream. It's like it looks like a mini pizza, but it's not the same. And then please Google that other dish right there. It has those two pronunciations, or actually two ways to spell it. It looks a lot like a mini pizza, but I swear it doesn't taste like one. And then the place we have in my city that sells the kaftas also sells the esfihas. And then I can't wait to order more as well. It's actually from the Dominican Republic, which is the place where Emily is from. The more Middle Eastern version is kibe. Yeah, in Portuguese it's kibe, like that. But for some reason in Spanish, Emily taught me it's known as kipe with a P. So that's why when foreigners are talking to me about this dish, I kind of try to tell them the Spanish word because I imagine it's going to be easier for them to find the Spanish name for the dish in like in the US, maybe in Canada, maybe even in Europe, because Spanish is kind of more popular, more common than Portuguese. So let's go with Spanish, right? And also there is a lot of things in common between the dishes that have like a Spanish name and also a Portuguese name. For example, the guava paste, right? There is the Portuguese word for that, but uh, normally when you buy the product in other countries, it's a Spanish product. So when I need to choose between the Portuguese or the Spanish name, I go for the Spanish name. Mentor, give it a shot. I don't know how much you have gone to like Middle Eastern restaurants or something. Ultras is right in there. It's so underrated. It should have way more fast food places or like bigger food chains of Middle Eastern dishes. There is one in Brazil, but I think it's only Brazilian. It's called Habib's because Habib is like a word in the one of the languages of Middle Eastern. I can't say which one, but yes, in Brazil we do have a big food chain or a big brand that sells those dishes. Yes, it's like that Ultras, but it has the apostrophe S in the end, right? Habib's. Like, I don't know, McDonald's, it has the apostrophe S in the end. And then they sell those esfihas, they sell the quipes. Exactly, it's like that. They sell even pizzas, although I don't like their pizzas. Maybe that's their flaw. I would rather order pizzas in other places. But those snacks are great. Habib just seems like a stereotypical Middle Eastern name. Yeah, it is a bit stereotypical because it's one of the few words you may have heard before from the languages of the Middle Eastern area, right? But it's actually a good word. If I'm not mistaken, it means like my dear or a dear person, somebody that you cares for. I can be wrong, but I think that's the meaning of it. Which, by the way, I need to find Victor again because I learned something in Swedish today that I was like, are you freaking kidding me? I need to confirm the information I got today with Victor when he shows up again, right? If I say if he no, that would be wrong in English. When he shows up again, I was thinking on brought up or bring up. I'm not sure if that's correct. I think it's not. Like to bring up the topic. Yes, I need to bring up the topic to Victor when he shows up. There we go. Because it's like a word in English that has a bad meaning in English, but it means something else in Swedish. So I'm very curious to see if that word really exists in Swedish. So we have Mr. Osmo or Mr. Osmos, which is a chain of Middle Eastern food, but it's not as good as the one of places you grew up near. Yes, Ultros, about that, I would agree with you that if you have like a homemade Middle Eastern food place, even if it's not like a big chain, I agree. Like they will probably have a very delicious food that's better than bigger chains, right? But I think that Middle Eastern food is underrated. And most of it is because people don't know about it, or there aren't big chains that would introduce the dishes to them, and then you gotta you gotta count on luck or be lucky enough to have the opportunity to like find a Middle Eastern local place, go for it, and try the food. But I think if there was like a bigger chain, international chain, selling their products and everything, advertising it, people would be more aware of it and give it better value, even if those restaurants, like the big chains restaurants, wouldn't be the best choice, like wouldn't be the best and most delicious locations ever. It's just for like promoting the food, and then you look deeper in your city, in your state, if there are better restaurants than that, and then you go for them. But I agree with you, like local places, they will probably have better food than, I don't know, big chains. It's just that people don't know about it, or at least that's the impression I have. Like there are so many Mexican fast food places, Chinese, Japanese places. Now Korean food is also becoming very popular with Korean barbecue and stuff. And then Italian food dominates the market as well, but Middle Eastern, it's so underrated, but it's so good. So Mentor has been to several Middle Eastern countries and he loves the food. Man, I still need to try some more dishes, for example, the kafta that I was saying, and I need to give another chance to the falafel because I think I tried that but I didn't think it was amazing, but I still want to give that another shot. But yes, Middle Eastern food is fantastic. You weren't exactly able to go out and about most of the time though. I hope you can find some places where you live that could give you some more Middle Eastern food or dishes, and hopefully you can find kippe because kippe is so good. I would tell you to try cooking it yourself, but it's a complicated dish because it uses a very specific flour type. And then I'm not sure if it's going to be easy for you to find that flour type, you know. Speaking of finding new dishes or finding new food, Ultras, I'm still waiting for you to buy the cheese bread mix because I know they sell that in the US at least, so I'm hoping it's also being sold in Canada. So don't forget to go after the cheese bread mix, right? It's called the Bulgar wheat. So maybe that's the name of it in English. It is a very specific flour or wheat or powder. And you gotta have that for the kippe recipe or it's going to be something else. Maybe if you don't use it, it's going to be more like meatballs. It's more like a grain like rice, I would say. Let me Google that. Yeah, that's not the flour I was talking about. It looks like something else. It looks a little bit like quinoa, in my opinion. Yeah, to me, it looks a little bit like quinoa. Hopefully, I pronounced that right. I think that's how it's said, right? Most keeper recipes call for. Really? Wait, but that's not the one I buy in Brazil. That's kinda funny though. Oh, yeah, they have the same name. Oh, never mind, it is that. It is that, Ultros, you're right. It's just that the pictures I found before, they were showing me a very light color for the Bulgar wheat. And then when I think about the ones we have in here, it looks darker. But then it's also darker because of the package that like the most popular brand has. But it is the same ingredient. Yeah, Google is telling me it's the same ingredient. It's just because I had the impression it was darker than the picture you showed me or like the picture I found on Google. No, it's the same thing. And hey Subaru, how are you, man? Yeah, it has like a brighter and a darker kind of look, right? But yes, that's the one, the Bulgar wheat. And then I don't know how easy is it for you to find it. I guess it's not easy, but you gotta have that. Yeah, maybe that wasn't cooked. No, no, I think it's just because there are brighter and darker versions of that. And then the photos I saw first, they were very bright, but the ones I find in here the most, they are more dark, you know. But yeah, if you cook it, it's going to look darker too. I'm doing alright, man. We are finishing Wamon cycle. I forgot I had Wamon. I'm not feeling very confident because Wamon is very thin right now. Not thin. Oh no, it is thin, right? The word. So I think she's going to die. Actually, maybe if I said skinny sounds better for living beings, right, than thin. Not, I'm not sure if skinny is like the right one for me to be using right now instead of thin. But yeah, Wamon is very she's very skinny right now. I will try giving her more food, but and she's old as well, so that's why I'm thinking she won't turn into something good or something new. But I will keep on trying. So let's go for more HP. So Mentor, which countries have you visited in the Middle Eastern? Where have you been? Yeah, we got to 5,000 HP, but I'm not sure if that was the right decision. Hmm. Let's try MP then. Oh, we we did it. We did it. Did we get something new or is this Mega Sidramon? Please don't be Mega Sidramon, be something new. Of course it's Mega Sidramon. Okay, at least Wamon did not die. Was this my first time getting Mega Sidramon thanks to natural Digivolution? It was, right? So, okay, I gotta tell myself for the next time to try raising Wamon's defense, because that's the stat that I kinda saved on this cycle. And maybe that's the path for the other Digivolution, because this time I went for brains, speed, and offense. And 5000 of MP and HP. Although my defense is super high as well, come on. But still, I guess I need to try giving her more defense in comparison to the other stats. You think I should write this down? Okay, so give me a sec. Or taking a screenshot, I could take a screenshot and then post that on Discord, and then if I ever need to check these things out, I can go to the Discord and then find them, right? That's a good idea. Okay, so I just posted a picture or a screenshot of those stats, and then it's on Discord. So in the future, if we need to do this Digivolution again or work with Wamon again, I just need to go there and find this picture to remind myself of everything. So let's continue. Now we got it, or now that we got it, my only option is for us to go for the arena, right? Because Mega Sidramon has all of the attacks it can learn. So we gotta go for the tournament. Maybe this time we can finally win a rank S tournament. Or farming cash. I would rather farm happy mushrooms because I don't have many or even any. I'm not sure how many I have. But I also need to farm some happy mushrooms. I will go check the arena schedule, and then depending on how it looks like, we can go around the world and try to find more happy mushrooms, or maybe fighting some Digimon. and raising our money. Although training would be good as well in case I do find a rank S tournament here because I want to win that. Well, it seems that we don't have any of them. Yeah, this is not looking good or promising for rank S tournaments. But there is a rank A tournament on day 3, right? Yeah, that would be farming Leomon's Digivolution item. We already have some, which is the Flaming Mane. But they also give us a reward, like a money reward. I think it's 9,000, that's not too bad. So let me give you some attacks. Actually, you also have electric attacks. Never mind, those are wind, right? I'll keep those three right there. I will probably be only using the ice statue, but in case I fight a weak Digimon, then we go for the other two moves. So sure, let's use this day to try to find happy mushrooms and then maybe we can head up to the Toyland and fight those clear Agumon so we can farm money. I agree. I agree with you. I think it would be more logical for him to have electric attacks than wind attacks. But maybe he's like the Gyarados of this game, and Gyarados is a water flying Pokemon. Maybe they gave him flying attacks or wind attacks because of that. Actually, before I explore the world, I should check my items. What if I don't have MP floppies? We have some sirloins, 10 autopilots, we're good on potties. Never mind, we're good on everything. So, Summer, did you watch the Sony State of Play conference? Yesterday we were talking about the Pokemon news. Today we could talk about the PlayStation news. Surprisingly, I really liked the presentation. Did you like the presentation? Normally, PlayStation games are really not for me, But this time I saw or I watched many games that interested me. Even the ones that I may not play them myself, for example, Deathloop. I'm super curious about the plot of that. I'm saying that I wouldn't play it myself because it seems to have a lot of shooting action, and I'm not a very fan of shooting games. But the idea behind it, like the plot, the style of the game, the time traveling idea, or even the way of like living many cycles to find the differences or to connect the dots or to understand the puzzle, the big picture. I love games like that, or I love stories like that. You think that Deathloop was a little bit confusing? Wait, in which meaning of that? In which way? I mean, it's going to be a confusing game because of the time traveling, but from the trailer, I kinda could see what they were aiming for by releasing that game, so it was not too confusing to me. I would say that Cyberpunk 2077 was more confusing to me than Deathloop. But yeah, Deathloop is probably a game that I won't play it myself, but I think I would love to watch somebody playing it so I can see what's the plot about. So Subway is saying that in his opinion, the trailer looked a lot like a 007 trailer, right? I agree. I think that was a very a big reference or a big inspiration they took or they had to come up with their game, right? With Deathloop. It does look a lot like a 007 movie. But of course, with the time traveling twist. Another game that surprised me too was Knockout City. I know that I have been asking for a dodgeball game in some streams ago or since some streams ago. We were talking about gaming ideas that surprisingly took forever or they still haven't really had their chance to be part of games. And then I was saying, where is a dodgeball game, please? Because that's like a promising idea, in my opinion. And then we got the game. I thought it was very fun. Uh, I normally don't play games like that, but I was willing to give it a shot. Yeah, that's the one, Subaru. It's called Knockout City. I like it, especially because even though we have seen it first on the Nintendo Direct, but now they decided to also air that game or talk more about it on this State of Play conference. I like that on this time they showed they showed us more of the strategies because on the Nintendo Direct they were only giving us a summary of everything. Now they showed us the strategies. I love the strategies like that. You can kind of fake throw your ball and then your the other player will be like, "Oh no, I'm going to get hit," and then no, I'm not throwing the ball, but you thought I would, and then you used your defense time and then you dropped your guard and then now I'm throwing the ball. I love that, mind game. I thought it was super fun. It I think it's going to work really well when you are playing it. And when they first showed us the game, I didn't know it would have such mind games. I thought it was more direct, like, oh yes, here's the ball, pa. But no, now you can like fake throw the ball or like use some shortcuts in the level to show up behind everybody and then you throw the ball. And then there are even specials that people cannot block the ball when you're throwing it, or like area of effect ball throws as well, that it's going to destroy everybody that's on that area. It felt very interesting. I really like that. They really got a very basic idea and they are trying to adapt it to something bigger or to something more complex. And I do appreciate that. And then there is the Final Fantasy VII remake. Yeah, Final Fantasy VII remake surprised me, but also disappointed me, and disappointed so many people, right? It surprised me because I loved what I saw. Like, Yuffie's trailer, are you effing kidding me? How fantastic does Yuffie look on that trailer? Honestly, I like her more now after the trailer than before. That was such a good trailer. And also, that was a new thing, right? Because I do not remember whatever it was happening in there being part in the original. So I think it's a complete new story or a complete new part of the story, which is good. It adds more depth to the Final Fantasy VII universe. But the problem was that it seems it's going to be exclusive for PlayStation 5 owners. And this brings up what I have been saying before about this game, that the best you can do to yourself is to wait until everything is released, because they are probably going to release like a collection or a bundle, or something that's going to have all of the Final Fantasy parts and DLCs and extras and everything by the end of the project, instead of like struggling right now with like, oh my god, but I bought the first version for the PS4 and now it's only for the PS5. What am I going to do with my life? I need to buy it again. I need to buy a PS5. You are free of that if you just play other things. You wait for the whole game to be released in the future, and then you see, oh, they are releasing everything for PC now. Let's buy it. So yeah, people were like very frustrated because now it's an exclusive PS5 thing, and then not everyone has a PS5. I mean, I can't say that I was not expecting that to happen, because like if they are releasing and working on different parts, and they are also working on a new console, of course by the time they are releasing like part 8, part 7, how many parts this game will have, who knows, it's going to be on a different console. So I just think that it's going to really piss people off, because people need to be buying different consoles, different versions of the game to different platforms. I was like, no, I'm going to wait until everything is released and then that's it. I get all of it in the same place. But besides that situation of releasing it only for the PS5, I really liked what I saw. This game is looking amazing, and I don't know, it's such a good tribute to the Final Fantasy VII story. It's so hard for me to say anything bad about it. You don't remember all of the games? So that's what I'm saying. Like, I do remember many of the games because, surprisingly, this was a Sony conference that interested me a lot. When normally I only care for one or two games, I will bring up more names of the games that impressed me. You liked Sifu because of its name, but then that's a Portuguese joke, right, Subaru? Sifu was one of the games that I was not interested, by the way. But yeah, when we saw the name of it, we were thinking, ha ha ha, this could be something bad in Portuguese. But the game itself, I pass. So this DLC was a good way to connect Final Fantasy VII better to the Dirge of Cerberus. So it's not like fully new, it's something that is connected to one of the spin-offs already. Yeah, this PS5 situation was BS, right? But yeah, that's why I'm saying that just wait They will release a bundle, they will release something in the future that has everything together, maybe even for a better price. Actually, everything in your life will have a better price in the future, hopefully, unless it's not like a crazy trading card game card that people will sell on eBay for I don't know how much expensive, or a Nintendo game, because sadly Nintendo games also get valuable with time. But like something like this will probably have a better price if you buy everything together instead of buying the parts in separate. And I think that waiting for everything to be over will be rewarding somehow. But yes, I also liked Kina. Although it's not Kina from Final Fantasy IX, right? It could be. I wish Kina gets his game or gets his time to shine or something, but I'm talking about the other Kina with a girl that has a staff, which by the way remind me of the protagonist of Beyond Good and Evil, which is an amazing game. Sadly, maybe now we won't be getting Beyond Good and Evil 2 because of all of the messed up stories that happened with Ubisoft and the creator of the game. That was like, what the heck is happening? But yes, the original Beyond Good and Evil was super good, and then I got some nostalgia by seeing Kina fighting the other enemies in her game with a staff. And also, hi Pilot, how are you, man? So on the plus side, PS5 and Xbox Series X or X have basically no exclusive games released yet. Is that for real? I was not paying attention to such a thing. What I saw happening uh, in the past weeks was that Crash Bandicoot will be released for the Switch, right? Crash Bandicoot, um, it's about time. I think it's 4. Crash Bandicoot 4, it's about time. Yeah, it's going to be released for the Switch and also for the Xbox, if I'm not mistaken. And also, Victor, it's good to see you because I do have things to talk to you today, even though we talked yesterday. I do have new things to discuss with you. Since we are talking about games, I already have one to throw at you, Victor. Did you see that Tony Hawk Pro Skater 1 and 2 is going to be released for the Switch? I'm not sure if you saw those news, and I know you like Tony Hawk Pro Skater because you were playing Tony Hawk Pro Skater one of these days. Now it's going to be released for the Switch. I hope you have seen those news. And according to people, this remake is looking very good. And hi Joe Dancing, how are you? Yes, Victor, it's going to be released for the Switch, so see if it's going to have like a good price and give it a shot. So let me finish reading what I was reading. I have a feeling they won't really have the library to be worth the cost until this Christmas at earliest. Wait, the library to be worth the cost? Because they are not exclusive, right? So maybe their new games will also be released maybe for PC, and then why would you be buying a PS5 or Xbox S or X if you can play those games on your PC? That's your idea, right, Pilot? Sabri is saying that Muggle's hoodie that oh by the way, Joe Dancing, have you watched the trailer of Final Fantasy VII Remake? Because if Joe Dancing hasn't watched the trailer, I should not talk about that, I think. Because we are talking about the Final Fantasy VII Remake newest trailer that was part of the Sony State of Play conference. And Joe Dancing doesn't watch too many movie trailers. I don't know if she watches too many gaming trailers. I don't want to spoil her, basically. So if I translate what Sabri is saying, maybe I can give her a little bit of a spoiler, I don't know. So I just want to be safe in here. What? A place in the game that you haven't seen yet? Do you mean in Final Fantasy VII or do you mean in Tony Hawk? How was Big Brother Brazil? It was okay yesterday. Today is the big day though. Today is the day they are going to vote on people to be eliminated, right? On Thursday. But fun fact about Big Brother that's been going on and I'm kind of loving it. If you haven't heard about this, let me tell you something about Brazilians. Oh, Victor is talking about Digimon. Oh, okay. Placing Digimon that I haven't seen yet. Yeah, because we got a repeated Digimon. So I'm considering farming cash or finding mushrooms or items spread around the world to like farm them and then in the future use them to help me with other Digivolutions. Because we already have this guy and there isn't much I can do with him right now. So I decided to go for some exploration. But here's something about Brazilians that I don't know if you guys know. Brazilians can mess with Brazilians. But if like other countries or other people try to mess up with Brazilians, Brazil will become united to kind of fight it back, you know. And it's been going on right now with Italy because there is the Grand Fraterno in Italy, which is basically the Italian Big Brother, and there is a Brazilian in there in that show. And it seems that the Italians have been doing xenophobic things to the Brazilian. They have been shitty talking about the Brazilian in the show and things. And that story got to Brazil. And then don't mess with Brazilians because we do gather together to go after or to target whatever or whoever was messing up with us, you know. We mess up with ourselves a lot, but if somebody else is saying shit about us, we kind of go after that. So there is this craziness happening of like Brazilians getting united to vote on the Grand Fraterno in Italy to make the Brazilian in there the winner. And it's been working a lot. And then the Italians heard about it. And then the Italians decided to influence our votes in here to like to help the least favored people in Big Brother Brazil to not be eliminated. And then it's funny because they tried to do that on the last elimination. They did not scratch us in the votes. Like the person got the highest record of a Big Brother Brazil or Big Brother actually elimination with like 99.17% if I'm not mistaken. I may be wrong about the 17, but it's 99. So somebody got eliminated here in Brazil to the outstanding number of 99% and then 17, I think. And then they were like, we are going to make that person you all hate in the Big Brother show to not get eliminated. They did nothing. The Italians did nothing to us. So we are like, let's go! Let's freaking destroy the freaking Grand Fraterno in Italy and everything. So yeah, that madness is happening right now. It's kind of crazy and funny how it got like out of proportions. So fun fact about you, there are some Italy and Brazil wars right now in reality shows because of them kind of, I don't know, messing up with the Brazilian in the show. And then I actually haven't seen exactly like the videos or people uh, people roasting the Brazilian or something. I just heard the stories, but I think it's funny. I think it's funny that Brazil is like getting united to to fight for the Brazilian in Grand Fraterno, and honestly, we will make a big difference on that show because the Italians did not nothing to us in here. We still were able to eliminate that person with 99+%. Because believe me, that person was like the most toxic person ever. It made even people to give up the chance to continue in the show. They were like, I can't stand this anymore, I give up. You know, it felt like the person forgot that there were cameras recording what they were doing in there. The person was the most toxic person ever. And then a lot of people suffered thanks to that person. So we were all like, we can't stand this. Let's freaking even people from different sides of the show, like I'm cheering for this person, I'm cheering for that. It was one of the few times that everybody got together to do something in common, you know, or to do the same thing. So yeah, 99% elimination for this person. There we go. So good luck, Italy, because I don't think you'll be able to decide who is going to win in Grand Fraterno. Because if the Brazilians want to give it to the Brazilian, it's going to happen. Anyway, let me go back to what probably matters in here, right? It's too bad that Victor's Switch sucks now. The damn Joy-Cons. Wait, Joy-Cons. There we go. Joy-Cons, no. Joy-Cons. Speaking of which, I forgot to bring this up in other streams. We should talk about the worst things Nintendo has done. I remember watching a video about that, and one of the things they listed was the Joy-Cons. Yeah, the drift problem of the Joy-Cons. So no, the PCs aren't worth it anymore with how expensive a decent graphics card has gotten. You think so, Pilot? I mean, I understand that it's expensive, I agree. But it can freaking run anything. It can run old games, new games, modern games, retro games. So even if it is expensive, I don't know, I have the feeling it could be worth it. But of course, you should wait for sales or maybe consider buying a used part, not necessarily a new part. You were considering going the PC route, but you are firmly in the console camp now, huh? Yeah, you were selling some of your consoles, and then I was thinking you would go for the PC route. Why not go for the Mac plus emulator route like yourself? Pilot was struggling with that. Yeah, he was struggling with that. Because he was testing some setups for him to be streaming. But he has a Mac. He can actually do up to PS1 quite well, which was unexpected for a decade-old laptop. Joe Dancing recently was able to emulate like the Windows Steam shop, wasn't it? And then now she can run Steam games if they were kind of bought for Windows. I think that's what Joe Dancing has been doing. So now Joe Dancing can buy the games on Steam that were only for Windows, but now she's able to run them in her Mac. That's the other issue with PC gaming. I would have to debase yourself by installing Windows or something. Yeah, she got a Windows emulator or something. Yeah, my Mac is about 8 years old and it does a fairly good job with it. Do you use Wine or an actual emulator? So for PC games, Pilot uses Crossover. Isn't Crossover a... No, Crosscode. Crosscode is a game. Yes, I'm with that game on my mind right now because Scap was talking about it on his last stream, and he was like, "Oh my God, Crosscode is on sale on Steam," and then I gotta get this, and I was like, "Is this game really good? I need to check that game out, right? I need to learn more about it." Oh, he's in here. Hi, Scap. How are you? Yeah, I just read like Crossover, and I'm like, "Is this the other thing?" No, it's not. It's Crosscode. And then he was like super hyped for it, and then I'm like, should I be hyped for this too? I'll need to look further for that game, right? I need to learn more about it. But yeah, crossover. And for console games, Pilot uses OpenEMU. Emu is another word that reminds me of SCAP, right? SCAP? The... How was the shortcut for it though? Emu please, right? The Emu please emote? OpenEMU is the greatest emulation suite you have ever seen. Everything all in one. Wonderful. That name sounds familiar to me, but it's not an exclusive emulator for Mac, is it? Because I have the feeling when I heard about it, it was also for Windows. So Joe Danson is going to look into that because Wine is glitchy AF. My Mac is fine for playing games, but he can't emulate and stream at the same time. Yeah, some games, especially from GameCube and beyond, that's the thing I struggle with. Yes, I may be able to play the GameCube games by my own, like if I'm not streaming, but if I decide to do both, then I may have some complications. GameCube or PS2, right? I'm going to do some testing with that video capture. It might be able to handle that so long as I keep it to 720p 30 FPS. I wish you good luck, man. I still think that maybe 720p could be a bit high For example, my streams are at 480p if I'm not mistaken. But then I hope it works out for you. Victor, I have something to ask you before I forget. Because I was watching this one crazy video today of like really bad names for products that were sold around the world. And there was one IKEA product that taught me some Swedish. Although I was like, are you freaking kidding me that this in Swedish means something good instead of a bad meaning it has in English? I'm talking about this one product that's called IKEA Fartful Workbench. Have you ever heard of that, Victor? Because it seems that fartful means speedy in Swedish. Is that correct? Because if that's correct, man, what a different translation, isn't it? Fartful meaning speedy in Swedish. But yes, IKEA decided to sell the IKEA Fartful Workbench. And then that's a very bad naming choice. That is correct! You see? So I learned some Swedish this week with some crazy words in English as well. Fartful. It's speedy. So Sonic in Sweden is fartful. Super fartful Sonic, the Hedgehog. I cannot believe that's real though. So now I know fartful in Swedish, and I also know Oga for Oga, because that's something I learned from the Umbrella Academy show, right? Which, by the way, if you have never watched the Umbrella Academy, very good series, go watch that thing out. Fartful, yes, fartful means speedy in Swedish, and then IKEA decided it was a good idea for them to release a fartful workbench. No! That's such a bad name. But I confess, the name that made me laugh the most was not that one. It was a surprisingly Nintendo product that was sold worldwide. But then I think they said on the video that the country that that name hit the most was Korea. And I'm talking about the Nintendo DS Touch Dick. Yeah, Nintendo DS Touch Dick was sold in Korea with this one fantastic name, isn't it? But it's like DIC as dictionary. So why not say Nintendo DS Touch Dictionary instead of Nintendo DS Touch Dick? Right, Nintendo? When I was telling Victor that worst things Nintendo has done, that should be on that list as well. It was not, but it should. Because come on, Nintendo, you wanna sell family-friendly products with a product called Nintendo DS Touch Dick? Are you freaking kidding me? Yeah, that one got me laughing a lot because it was such a big mistake. But it seems they fixed it later, of course, right? Come on. Not to mention the freaking Pokemon Masters. Have you guys heard of that? It was such a trendy topic on Twitter the day it happened. It's called Pokemon Masters EX, right? And then when you hashtag that, it turns out to be Pokemon Master Sex. And then Pokemon Master Sex was like on the trending topics on Twitter. How did Pokemon Company not see that happening? Hi Marmo, how are you, man? We are talking about some random shit in here, or random things in here, gaming and funny product names that I learned about today. But there are more. There was this one fishing product called Wonder Boner. Have you guys heard of the Wonder Boner? It's like a debone tool for you to use on fish, right? It makes sense, but then only in the good context, or on the right context, on the fishing context. Because if it's out of that, the Wonder Boner fails badly. Wonder Boner, yes, the Wonder Boner. Then they were showing like fishmen getting that thing and talking to themselves like, oh oh, did you see my marvelous Wonder Boner in here? Let me show you how it works. And then they get the fish, they debone the fish. Thanks to that video though, I was able to learn that deboning is a verb. So it makes sense, you know, it's like new vocabulary to me. That's how you gotta look at life. You watch like to trash things and bad things and like things like that, but you get the good part of it, you know, you get what's good about it. So even though I was watching a video about the Wonder Boner, I learned that debone is a verb in English. So it's progress on my vocabulary, I think. Even when I was thinking this is bad vocabulary, but I can find the good on it. But I also took notes in here for some other products that now I can't remember, so let me also show you what else the video had to offer. They also told about the hair removal that was called NADS, and then I learned that NADS is like a very specific location in the human body. I did not know that NADS was a slang for that. They also had the KUM hair care. Have you guys heard of the KUM hair care? It's called KUM because it's a kumquat shampoo. So why not say it's a kumquat hair care instead of KUM, right? This one brand or company in the world. And then there was the IKEA Fartful workbench. There was also the 666 cold preparation, which is like a cold medicine, but only for the devil, right? Then the Wonder Boner, the Whack Off repellent. If you wanna get rid of your bugs or insects, use the Whack Off repellent. Or this one, I forgot about this one. There is somewhere in the world the Mother Filker peanuts. Do you mind buying some Mother Filker peanuts? F-U-K-K-E-R, Filker? Don't pronounce it wrong, please. Mother Filker. And then the Nintendo DS Touch Deck. And then there is one in here that's like pronounced like Chemen, but it's spelled like C-E-M-E. Wait, C-E-M-E-N. It's like semen. Yeah, the Chemen dip. It's like a sauce, but why give it this name though? And then this one is kind of famous, I think. It's like the 80s, before AIDS was a thing. That's like an appetite reducer or like a diet product. And then after they gave the name of the disease of AIDS, this AIDS was like, I don't know, with a very bad name, right? But it came kind of before the AIDS disease or pandemic. Anyway, that's a fun list of products that we have in the world, and that's why you gotta have a good marketing team or like people that know what they're doing for marketing, because it can backfire you hard. But you see, even though I was watching such a trash talk video, I learned a lot of things, even Swedish on it. So let me catch up with everything in here. Well, we normally would use snab for speedy. Snab also sounds a bit like English. Gotta go fartful fast. But the word for speed is indeed fart? Oh my god. Victor, how did you not tell us that before, man? Sometimes you do talk about Sweden or Swedish in here, you should bring that up one day, you know? Sounds like a fartful way to be mocked by the internet. Hey, you wanna come over to my house and play with my Wii or my Switch or with my Nintendo DS Touch Dick game? My knowledge about failed marketing strats is vast. Joe Dancing, all I had to do was to watch that video, and then I was like, yeah, this is a lesson of what not to do, right? What not to do when you are promoting a product. I must learn from the master. I've got to get a Wonder Boner. It sounds like an erection that might last longer than 6 hours. You guys should see the ad of it, because it is so funny. It's a bunch of like fishmen, like experienced fishmen, saying it like it's nothing, saying it like it's sounding okay. So that's how you get a Wonder Boner. I should have known. How's the Digi? It's very paused or not very, I don't know, eventful at the moment. Because we did not get a new Digimon. Prep H is underrated. It's good for dermatitis. There is a Chinese noodle company in Toronto called Hungwang Foods. I do like that name. It's because Victor was not thinking about it. Wait, what is that? That product right there? Oh, it's from the Hungwang food. I actually have never had those noodles right there. Are they good? Those different noodles? Yes, Victor. It's exactly like that. They were like sitting on chairs near the river they were fishing or something, and having a fun talk about the Wonder Boner. But yeah, I have never had different noodles than regular noodles, you know. Isn't there like rice noodles as well? I think I have heard of rice noodles once. Also, Joe Dancing, how was the leftovers of your Cubana torta? You made us all craving for it yesterday. Give me more examples of noodles then. I can only remember rice noodles right now. It was divine, I imagine. You should have taken a picture. Do it next time. I'm pretty sure it won't be the last time we'll be hearing about it. So yeah, before this whole crazy talk after Victor showed up and Pilot and everybody, we were talking about the Sony State of Play conference, because yesterday we talked about Pokemon, and then today we were talking about the other games or news regarding games that were promoted, right? So we were talking about the Final Fantasy VII Remake, and then I was wondering, Joe Dancing, is it okay if we talk about the trailer, or you are kinda avoiding to get spoiled about it? So your favorite noodles are the Cantonese egg noodles. Egg noodles? I wonder how does that taste? They are really thin and have a good flavor. I will check the picture. Let me see. Okay, this looks great actually. But wait a minute. Are there two different noodles combined in that picture? Because there is also the white thing that I'm not sure what is that. What is the white thing? It looks like other noodles as well. Joe Dancing likes egg noodles as well? I have never seen those. Ultras cooks his with bean sprouts, green onions, white onions, soy sauce, oyster sauce. Joe Dancing will mute for a bit? Nah, there's no need for that, it's fine. We can move on to the other games. But Saber was saying something about that thanks to the news of Final Fantasy VII Remake, the story or the plot of the Dirge of Cerberus spin-off will be more fitting or better explained with the upcoming, let's say, DLC that it's going to be released for the Final Fantasy VII Remake. When the Top Gear guys went over to Amazon from the BBC, they started a show called Grand Tour. I think I heard of that, but that show or those Top Gear guys are not popular in Brazil, but I heard about the show. They did a thing on boats called the Grand Tour Seaman. Oh no! No, Victor! Man, that's a very good way for you to like trick your friend. Like, hey friend, can you say this out loud on stream, live? Yeah, as soon as I saw it, or as soon as I said it, I was like, damn. They were very. Oh, they were aware of it. At least that, right? What they were doing with that name. Well, thankfully it did not backfire them if they knew what they were doing. Well, like 90% of noodles pastas have. Oh yeah, that's true. Uh, there are some noodles or pasta that I buy here. They say it's like an egg version. It's like the angel hair with eggs pasta. Yeah, angel hair pasta. The DLC for the remake looks interesting. I really liked it. I just hated the situation of like you gotta have a PS5 for you to play it, but the graphics and everything else looks. I'm like, I can't believe I'm living this day to see this happening. You know, I was super impressed by it. It makes a lot of sense as a way to explore that character. I agree. You still don't intend to play the remake? Let's go, pilots. That's what I was saying as well. Like, be patient, wait until everything is released. They're probably going to have a bundle, have a collection, have a sale or an offer or something, and then you buy everything for the same console. That's the best way to go for sure. Because then you will be avoiding such a frustration of like, but I don't have a PS5, how am I going to play this? I bought it for PS4. And then rip, right? You gotta now have a PS5. So those white things were bean sprouts. I don't think I have ever had that. Yes, it doesn't taste like egg. The pastas that have eggs that I have bought, they do not taste like eggs. But you just call them as the egg noodles. You were playing Civilization 4 on stream today? Wait, is it Civilization or is it something else? I kinda can't imagine you playing Civilization, Ultras, but maybe you do? It took 4 hours? And it's been a while? Is it really Civilization? Agreed on that. Ever Crisis also looks like it could be great, although you are annoyed it's only announced for the iOS Android. Oh, that's true, I forgot about the other Final Fantasy games, right? But about them, I did not see how they look like. I did not see the trailers. I only heard about them. And they are coming up with the Battle Royale Final Fantasy. And to be honest, maybe because lately I have been kinda open-minded for games, I wonder if that's the reason why. But I like the idea. It's not like uh, there aren't enough Battle Royale games out there, there are enough. But I wanna believe they are going to have something different or something unique on their take of, Final Fantasy Battle Royale mix. Especially regarding the magic, the summons, the materials, or whatever they are doing in there. So I like the idea. But yes, I hated it was announced only for the iOS and Android. That should be released for the PC as well, even though maybe most players will be the mobile players. I still think everything today should be released for PC, especially if it is a mobile game. Like to have some cross-play, Or for the Switch, yeah. And then the first soldier straight up looks terrible. Well, I didn't see it, but I kinda like the idea. But I have been open-minded. Oh, so CV4 was Castlevania 4? Castlevania 4 was for the Super Nintendo? I kind of forgot there were so many games of Castlevania like on early consoles. Because if you ask me Castlevania for which console is that, I probably would say GBA, and then maybe I would say Castlevania 3 was for Super Nintendo. That's so true, and the restraint it will take though. Yeah, I do think it's better for us to wait until everything is released. You can like plan yourself better, you know. So 1 to 3 was NES. I could remember, like, of course, one game for NES, and then I was also thinking there was a second. But then the third game, I would say it was for Super Nintendo. I wouldn't know about a third game for NES. So the first Soldier is also iOS, Android only so far. Yeah, they had some bad decisions in there regarding the consoles. Final Fantasy VII Remake DLC only for PS5, and now those two new games only for mobile games or only for mobile. That was a very bad decision. But it's possible for them to fix it, especially if they get a lot of backlash. Alright, Victor. It seems that many Japanese game developers still haven't quite figured out that their target audience is global, not just in Japan. And globally, smartphone games tend only to take off for quick, simplistic games. It's really unfortunate they are putting so much emphasis on it. I agree with you, but at the same time, I remember the day that somebody brought this up once, saying that portable consoles will like probably die in the future, and then the thing that's going to take its place is going to be phones. Once the person said that to me, I was like, man, you've gotta have a point in there, you know, that makes sense. So what I'm saying is that, personally speaking, I do prefer playing any game either on a big console like a home console or on my PC. Mobile is not my way to go, like for most games, especially if it is a great looking or complicated game like those two. If it is a simple game, then sure, mobile does it fine. But at the same time, I now remember somebody telling me that the future of portable consoles is mobile. Like, you won't need to buy a Nintendo DS or anything because your phone will be that device, you know. And to me that makes sense. So I think there is going to be a day that those HD looking games and big games will be mobile games. I can imagine that happening. But again, personally speaking, I would rather play that on my PC, at least so far. It's really unfortunate they are putting so much emphasis on it, though somewhat understandable as smartphone gaming is big in Japan. Yes, and I think it's going to grow even more, man. I do think the portable consoles will have their days counted, or like it's going to over at some point, sooner or later. At least if you have the PS4 Final Fantasy VII Remake, you can get the PS5 one for free. Yeah, at least that. And then it's way upgraded, right? The graphics look very different. But it's still, I still think that it was not a good move for them to continue the game only on PS5. But honestly, it was predictable. I can't say that I'm surprised. Also, why am I here? I should not talk to him. Like, I don't have business to take care of him. Yeah, I also knew it was going to happen. Somebody saying that their most important target is the Japanese customers because Japanese people do like to play in their phones. And then the Switch is a big hit because it is portable. So the Switch has a big lead in comparison to Xbox and PlayStation in Japan. Is there like a really big difference? I know the Switch has been like breaking records everywhere, but I was not expecting a big difference in Japan at least. Oh yes, I forgot about my favorite track of this game. It's been so long. But anyway, continuing the conversation about the State of Play conference, we brought up the remake, Final Fantasy VII Remake. We brought up Deathloop, that even though it's not a game that I can see myself playing, I'm super curious for that because I love time loop stories. We also talked about Knockout City. I'm also curious about that because now that I know it's going to have some mind games going on when you're playing it against other players. That sounds fun. We talked about Kina, and Kina looks beautiful, it looks interesting, way to go more female protags in games, and it reminded me of Beyond Good and Evil because the character was fighting with a magical staff. Another game that I remember somebody recommended me to play the franchise in the past, but I can't be sure of who was it. Maybe it was Dr. Meowser, I'm not sure. Is Oddworld. And even though Oddworld looks like something that I would not, the graphics of Oddworld are like kinda, ugly or I don't know, scary or it's a very weird art direction choice. But I'm not saying it in a way that it's bad. It's how it's pretending to be. Like it pretends to be looking ugly or looking disgusting or looking dirty or horrifying. But like the mechanics, like the platforming, the puzzle, and everything else, that looks great. Yeah, it has some odd graphics. Good way to put it, Subaru. Yeah, this new game, and then it's even going to be for free if you have the PS Plus service or something. It looked good. I can see why the person recommended me to play Oddworld in the past. It's just a matter of getting used to those graphics or to those looks. And then I think those were the games that impressed me on the conference. Way more than average, like normally I don't get excited for PlayStation games. So now that we are back here, we'll be fighting the Tankmon and the Clear Agumon. Because they drop a lot of money. Oh yeah, when Victor remembered me about the Joy-Con drift problem, I said that I had to bring up the topic of like the worst things Nintendo has done, right? On that list, there was the Joy-Con drift problem, like I said. There was also their decision of like, let's not accept what Square Enix is doing with our. Actually, not Square Enix, Sony. Let's not accept what Sony is doing with like our next console with like by using CD-ROMs as the game, like instead of using cartridges. And then by not accepting that, they created their biggest rival in the gaming industry. So that's another mistake that Nintendo did. I mean, maybe to some people that was actually something good because now we have Sony, and then Sony has so many amazing games that imagine if they were still working with Nintendo, we would never get those games or have this competition going on. They also said that the Super Mario 64, Super Mario Sunshine, and Super Mario Galaxy 1 combo, or actually Super Mario 3D All Stars, that's how it's called, was also like a you know bad thing to do because they were selling it for the kind of full price, even though it's like the old games just a little bit different, with some very minor improvements on the graphics. And then also it was for a limited time. I thought it was BS. What else did they have on that list? I remember the number one. The number one was that Nintendo is like very rough on its DMCA, right? I think it's called DMCA. It's like the copyright things. Yeah, they're like the worst on DMCA issues. And they have done very bad things thanks to that. Somebody saying that Nintendo would uh, what is the word? Nintendo would bother or be an obstacle to Sony if Nintendo was the owner of PlayStation. A heavyweight, right? Nintendo would be a heavyweight to Sony if they owned PlayStation. I do think so. I think that Nintendo would slow down the gaming development because everything they do, they take it slowly, or they change in small steps, or like after taking small steps. For example, the Pokemon games. In Sword and Shield, they told us, or they showed us, that now you can have a limited open world area for you to experience that that idea. Of course, they were testing the reaction from people, and then now that they saw that people do like it, now they released a full game, or they will be releasing a full game only for open world mechanics, right? So they take it slowly instead of like surprising everyone with a whole game that has that whole mechanic at first. No, they kind of test it. Is it working? It is. So we play safe next. So I do think they would be slowly developing their games or their consoles, not as fast as Sony or Microsoft. Thankfully, I would say that today the three of them kind of have a very healthy relationship. Oh, not this bug again. I forgot about it. It's so slow that the Pokemon franchise doesn't grow up or doesn't improve that much. Yeah, they go very slowly. But I'm not gonna lie, I'm impressed they are finally going for this open world idea, or at least giving us a whole game on that, right? I was watching to some reactions of the Pokemon Direct, and everybody was like, I was not expecting this. Other things that Nintendo has done that were kinda bad were like not restocking their amiibos, and then now we have some amiibos that are super expensive in the market because they were not restocking them, and also creating or coming up with that voice chat that you need to download an app on your phone instead of giving a voice mic or like a communication device to their consoles itself, like to the Switch. But no, people now need to use an app on their phones that's like separated from the Nintendo console to communicate in a game. So that was also another bad thing they have done. Oh yeah, Joe Dancing, I was watching Draco this week. Draco has been watching Studio Ghibli movies as well. I believe that on Friday they were gathering on Discord, on Draco's Discord, and watching Castle in the Sky. Which reminds me that I need to continue my binging. My next movie is probably going to be Ponyo. Yeah, I believe that at least this week Draco told me that they would be watching Studio Ghibli movies together. I'm not sure if they are going to keep on doing it on every weekend or every week. But this last week they had a poll and then they elected or they voted for Castle in the Sky. And then I think they watched it together on Friday. Scap is likely going to get a PS5 once Final Fantasy 16 or 7 Remake 2 comes out. Yeah, I would recommend you giving it more time. And also, just like what Pilot said earlier, that so far it seems that both PlayStation 5 games and Xbox Series X and S games are not really exclusive games. You can still like wait and see what's really going to give exclusivity, right, for those consoles, because so far it's like more of the same if you get a PS5 or if you get an Xbox. So yes, it's better for you to wait to see what's going to be the differential or the different thing, and then make a decision. You need to continue watching more Studio Ghibli movies, right, Joe Dancing? I know you have watched many, but not all of them. What have you been watching lately, Joe Dancing, regarding movies? You also gotta get into Irreversible. I told you that's going to destroy your day, but you gotta watch it. I'm now very curious about the movie that I was recommended this week. It's called Coherence. It really sounds like a movie I would like. Okay, let's fight them again. It's funny, my other friend is recommending... Wait, haven't you watched Enter the Void? And that's funny, right? Because if you're mentioning Enter the Void, that means that even when let's say we try not to talk about Daft Punk in here, but it's always around us because Enter the Void has its soundtrack by Thomas, one of the Daft Punk duo. That was one of the reasons why I watched that movie. I could swear you have watched it before, Joe Dancing. Oh, Suspiria. So I have not watched Suspiria, like the whole movie, but I watched YouTube videos pretty much breaking down that movie to me. So I do feel like I watched Suspiria, but not really. But I saw a lot about it. And welcome back, Victor. We were talking about the Sony games, and now we are talking about movies. Your finger is still healing, man. Oh yes, you got cut some weeks ago, right? It took over a day for it to stop bleeding. Regarding Enter the Void, I do not remember a lot about it, but I do remember the end of it because it is one of those movies that will, like, it is something else. So good luck, Joe Dancing, when you get to the end of that, because it is indeed a very... It's one of those endings, you know what I mean by that. Good luck on that. But the rest of the movie I kinda don't remember it that much. Oh, you haven't watched the new one? Yes, I also haven't watched the new Suspiria, but I kind of saw a breakdown video of the old Suspiria, and then by watching that video, I lost my desire, or I lost my will to watch the movie because I saw pretty much everything that matters in that movie on that video. Scap also needs to watch Enter the Void. Good luck to you too, because it is one of those disturbing, weird, very crazy ending movies. So if you're up to that, go for it. But eventually the flap fused back to your finger, and now it's just like a hard cut with some dead skin as it figures the rest out. Hopefully you don't get a scar. You have two more films you are going to watch leading up to the new Suspiria. Man, I gotta still watch the 2020 movies. I still need to watch Soul. I still need to watch Tenet, especially Tenet. I still need to go back in time and watch Transpotting 2, because I still haven't. I am very delayed on movies. At least I'm focusing on the Ghibli movies, but like normal movies, I'm super way behind everything. I need to watch Akira, I need to watch Ghost in the Shell. I need to watch Fantastic Beasts too. I was forgetting about that too. It is really beautiful and worth watching. It is very artistic. I can agree with you on that. The new Suspiria is actually not a remake. It's a film made by someone who was just a huge fan, and it's a nod to the 1977 Suspiria. Aren't they also remaking another horror classic that's called Candyman or something? Scap started Cobra Kai. So I have never been a huge fan of the Karate Kid movies. So maybe that's why I'm not very excited to watch Cobra Kai. But every single person that talks about Cobra Kai, they only say fantastic things about it. But yes, because I'm not like a huge Karate Kid fan, I haven't checked that out. You weren't either? Yeah, I did watch probably two movies as a kid. Definitely the first one for sure. But it was like a afternoon chill movie, and then that's it. We won't be watching it again. It is a good movie, but it doesn't stick with me. But that's funny because another very famous franchise of movies that everybody goes crazy for it, and it was not very impactful to me, or like it didn't stick to me that hard, is Back to the Future. Which is kind of crazy, isn't it? Because I love time traveling movies and series and things like that. But yes, Back to the Future is not like a movie that really got to me a lot, or it was just fun and then that's it. I know, right? But I'm telling you the truth, like Back to the Future to me is just normal. It's not a movie that I can go crazy for it. And I did watch, I think, everything. Yeah, it's fun, but it was not beyond fun to me. A movie that was a bit beyond fun to me was Ferris Bueller's Day Off. That movie is fun, but it does have something on it that makes me love it so much and, wanna rewatch it. The same about The Breakfast Club, but Back to the Future, it was, I don't know, in comparison to those other movies, it was just a classic, a good afternoon movie, and I don't know if I would return to it that easily. You just started Cobra Kai on a whim, and you ended up loving it. Yeah, there was a lot of hype for it. So you did the right thing. You got to the hype of everybody, and then you ended up liking it. Cobra Kai is fun, not something you would generally be into, but it's pretty good if it's your cup or cup of tea. Victor likes Back to the Future, but it's a bit overrated in his opinion. Yeah, maybe it is a little bit overrated. But you also gotta consider that when that movie was released, it was like mind blowing. It was something that surprised everybody. Like they were really coming with something new. They were presenting something really new. Which, by the way, speaking of time traveling movies, you all right here should go watch. I think it's called Predestination. Let me confirm. It's either Predestination or a word that sounds like that. You all should check that one movie. I can't say it's one of my favorite time traveling movies ever, but it's definitely a movie that's going to keep you thinking about it. So go check that one, and I'm also recommending that to Victor, because Victor doesn't watch too many movies. Victor, you should watch Predestination. Let me just confirm if it's that. It has Ethan Hawke on the cast. Yeah, it is Predestination. Go check that out. That movie it's a wild ride. And also, the less you know about it, the better. Don't check on summaries, trailers, just jumping into it. Yeah, the less you know about Predestination, the better. It is going to be a trip. It took 3 seasons to finally watch it. Oh, you started watching it recently then? Joe Dancing loved Back to the Future as a kid. She thinks it's mostly because of nostalgia. Yes, I feel more nostalgia from the John Hughes movies, right? Like The Breakfast Club, Ferris Bueller. Oh wait, I need to use potions or recoveries. I also watched. How was that one that I watched that has Jennifer Connelly? Career Opportunities, I believe that's its name. Career Opportunities by John Hughes. Or John Hughes, I'm never sure how to say his name. That movie was good too. And then I even realized it completed a cycle of like a trilogy of John Hughes movies that made a lot of sense if you watch them three. Because they kind of talk about the same thing, but in different ways. The Breakfast Club, Ferris Bueller's Day Off, and career opportunities. So it was really worth it. Oh, for sure, I'm not arguing against that. It's the same here, just watched Back to the Future 2 recently. It took a step back. Seeing little Frodo. Wait, Elijah Hood is on it? At the moment, the series that has been the most hyped, in my opinion, is WandaVision. And if I'm not mistaken, Joe Dancing was checking that out. Yeah, I would say WandaVision is the series that's been the most hyped at the moment. Lots of YouTubers that I follow and talk about series, they are always mentioning WandaVision. Joe Dancing really likes the Wild West Back to the Future. And then Ultras got dinner number 2 ready. What? What is it? Today I may not have anything too fancy for dinner. I think I will just eat some cereal or maybe eat some ham and cheese cracker sandwiches. It's going to be something simple like that. It's been okay, but Joe Dancing is not like too big into Marvel, so some of it is a loss on her. I also don't think I'm too big on Marvel, but I do like some Marvel things, for example, the X-Men, which by the way, I think they are working on a new X-Men movie, I can't wait for that. And the Spider-Man as well, although after the change of... Um, how is he called again? I love how I almost said Peter Parker as the name of the actor. No, Peter Parker is the character. Tobey Maguire. There we go. I got his name again. After Tobey Maguire was not the Spider-Man anymore, I kind of lost my drive for the Spider-Man movies. But I still watch the other ones. I watch the ones with Andrew Garfield and now with the Tom Holland guy, right? But the best ones are still the Tobey Maguire movies. But the X-Men, I love X-Men. And then the other Marvel movies or things, I'm just okay about it. I did get surprised with Captain America movies, because I was expecting to not really like them that much, but they were good, yeah. You're getting some random stuff because you have the munchies. So he's one of the kids in Back to the Future, next to the arcade machine. And then he says, "You mean you use your hands? That's like a baby's toy." Ultras is eating some guava paste, goat cheese, cheese quesadilla. Wait, quesadilla, right? Quesadilla. Then some mangoes and blueberries. Man, you have been in the mangoes blueberries mood since yesterday. You watch again when you see Carnage as an enemy. Didn't they talk about the enemy for the next Spider-Man movie? I have the feeling maybe Carnage will be there. I can't confirm it, but I think I saw something about it. Otherwise, we'll be skipping Spider-Man for now. I know they were also bringing back Dr. Octopus, but I don't think he's going to be the only villain. You watch the Toby series too, but no others. They teased his human form in a movie I remember. Carnage? I do not remember that. Even though I don't know I don't know too much about the Carnage character because I did not read the comics. He's called Cletus Cassidy. That's a different name. Speaking of different names, I just remembered that yesterday I heard about two locations in the US with fun names that I would love to visit. Yesterday I was telling Victor that I learned that there is a place called Victorville and he should move to there. Or he should move there. And then I was like, holy shit, there is an Ontario in the US as well. It's Ontario in California. What the heck? But I learned about two more names of American cities that I was like, man, some names in here are good. I wanna move to Laughlin, and I think it's in Nevada if I'm not mistaken. I wanna go live in Laughlin. You hear that name and then you don't you wanna go there as well? Like, let's go together. Let's move to Laughlin, Nevada. And oh, how was the other one? It was like She. Let me check my notes. I wrote it down as well because it was such a good name. Cheto something? Chattanooga. Chattanooga, Tennessee. Let's move to Chattanooga. Such a good name. I gotta give that to the US. There are some really creative and funny names for their cities. I do like them. Yeah, there was Ontario in California, now Chattanooga and Laughlin. Where do you live? I live in Laughlin. Ha 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 ha. Man, it gotta be the happiest place in the world. It even sounds like a Pokemon in my opinion. Laughlin sounds like a Pokemon. It could be a Pokemon name. A Pokemon that smiles or laughs a lot. Wait, Joe Dancing has been to Chattanooga? A couple of weeks ago? Really? I love that name. It's such a, it's a good name or a fun name. There is a place called Pirawa. Wait, I can't say that. Pirawawa? Am I any close? Because yesterday I also learned that the way to pronounce the name of the capital of Canada is not how I used to think, which was Ottawa. No, it's Ottawa. So maybe it's like Pirawawa. Pirawawa. You gotta have that double T like kinda silent, just like in Ottawa. Because otherwise it's Ottawa. No, it's not Ottawa. Ottawa. Wait, Chattanooga is like 2 hours away from Joe Dancing? What the heck? Joe Dancing, you picked the wrong city. Move to Chattanooga today. Move again, right? Joe Dancing has recently moved. Move again. Bring Daryl there. But yes, I have been noticing that some cities in the US, they have very good names, in my opinion. Better names in general than some of Brazilian cities, I would say. Because like many Brazilian cities, they have city names based on real words. But I'm noticing that many American cities are named on, I don't know, random sounds or, there is no English word of Chattanooga or Laughlin. I mean, you can see laughing there, but it's not a real English word, or at least on its entirety or completely. And I like that. You know something crazy that I was thinking recently as well? You guys know Rio de Janeiro, right? Where I live. Rio de Janeiro means January's river in English, if you translate the word of it. But did you know that the anniversary of Rio de Janeiro is not in January? It is next month, if I'm not mistaken, it's in March. I was thinking about that like, wait, what? Wait, what and why? I just combined why and what into white. No, why and what? Yeah, it's in March. I know there was, I know according to Brazilians history, there was like a first city that was found and then it changed into Rio de Janeiro in the future, then maybe that's why it is the way it is. But I still think it's dumb. Like, why not call it um, Rio de Março, which is like the word for March? Rio de Março. No, it's January or Janeiro. Rio de Março, why not? And the word Março or March remind me of Mars. Did you guys see the Curiosity uh, probe that's been taking pictures in Mars? There was a picture, or the first picture of a sunset in Mars, and I love the picture. It's crazy how in Mars, the size of the sun in the horizon is like our moon in here. So the sun is way smaller in there. Hopefully there will be way more pictures of Mars for us to see. But I just remembered seeing that picture. So Canada sorta uses the same naming type of ideas. Sometimes, because in Canada you also have the non-creative territory called the Northern Territories. That was very uncreative. But then they have that other one that I like the name, but now I can't remember. You even taught me how to pronounce it, but now I can't remember its name anymore. That other one province. Some names are of the First Nations tribes that were there firstly, or a word in their language. And then there is English word names like Peterborough, Midland, Maple. There is a city called Maple, that's funny. Elmvale. That's the one. Victor, you still remember that. How was the pronunciation for that? Let me see if I can remember. It was like Saskatchewan. Yeah, because of Pokemon, right? And Obi-Wan Kenobi. You just need to gotta catch them all. Obi-Wan Kenobi. There we go. That's how I can remember the pronunciation. Saskatchewan. I love it. It's one of the most therapeutic words I have heard in my life. When I'm feeling sad, I just gotta remember it or put like Google Translator to say it to me, and then I'll be like, man, there is a place with such a good name. Maybe I should even look up for like pictures and videos of Saskatchewan, and then dream on a fictional life of mine in there in Saskatchewan, living the Saskatchewan way of life. Chattanooga is a cool place. Yeah, I learned about it because I was doing this one work on a website that they basically ask you for like check on some videos, and then those videos can be on YouTube or on other platforms, and tell them if the location of the video is matching the hotel they are talking about. So they were showing me hotels in Chattanooga and also hotels in Laughlin. And yes, Chattanooga looked beautiful because it had the mountains, it had that great hotel as well. I was even saying one of these days that I was impressed by the quality of many American hotels, because in here most of them won't be top notch. They will be like very simple locations. I mean, there are some 5 stars hotels, of course, but I'm getting the impression that in the US at least, it's way more common. The luxurious hotels to be a thing than smaller locations or cheaper places, you know. Yes, I was very impressed by some of the hotels. They even have like mini golf courses, or I don't know, they have trails for you to adventure yourself into them. They have even theme parks. There was a hotel that it had a theme park inside of it. You will not see that in Brazil. You like the name of Saskatoon or wherever the place is called, and that's Elmvale. That looks nice. It looks like a comfy city. Also, Dollywood. Dollywood looks or sounds funny. The Dollywood theme park is nearby. Saskatoon is also an awesome little city to visit. Not worth traveling internationally for, but great if you are within a reasonable driving distance. Chattanooga has like 100 pancake places. I can't even mention one single pancake place in Brazil. We don't have that. Actually, those fancy hotels that I was mentioning earlier, if it is a fancy place, it will give you pancakes or waffles for breakfast, yes. But it's like 1 or 2% of the hotels in here. I still remember my sister that had a school trip to this one city in the northeast region of Brazil. It's called Porto Seguro. It means in English like a safe port. Yeah, safe port. She returned home like, the best thing of my trip was because they had a waffle machine in the hotel and then I was eating waffles on every breakfast. She was like overhyped for eating waffles. So yeah, if there is like a hotel or a place giving people pancakes or waffles in here, it's like a high quality location because it's not common in here. But yeah, my sister went all crazy because she had waffles and she was all crazy for waffles. Just like some other friends of mine. Remember when I was saying that a friend of mine has cooked fresh guava paste and then she gave it to me, or a bit of it to me, this week or this last week? That friend, after she tasted maple syrup, the maple syrup that Early sent me in a package for me to try it, after I also shared that with my friends, and especially that one, she has been dreaming with maple syrup, because that's not a thing we have in here, or not that can be easily found. Basically, I turned her crazy for maple syrup, even more than me. So yeah, those things, pancakes, maple syrup, waffles, you may have a hard time to find them in here, although it seems that peanut butter is becoming more popular. Yeah, peanut butter, I should look on the supermarket where can I find it and if it looks good. But peanut butter has been getting some popularity here. Elmvale has the Maple Syrup Festival every year. That sounds very fun. Have you ever been there? It's the Dolly Parton's theme park. I don't know who's Dolly Parton. Should I know him or her? Because Dolly maybe, I don't know, maybe a man or a woman name. I'm not sure. Pancakes and waffles are the usual when serve yourself cheap hotel motel in there. That's so crazy, right? What would you say is like a 5 stars breakfast option in a luxurious hotel in there? Please don't say lobster or caviar, because that's not breakfast. Or it should not be breakfast. Also, during Christmas time, the lights alone are worth a trip. We have a city, it's actually the city where my parents are from. We have a city in Brazil called Natal. Natal means Christmas. It's the direct translation to Christmas, because the city was founded on December 25th. So it's basically called Christmas. And in every December they do add lots of um, sparkling lights. I'm not sure what's the word for that. Twinkle lights. I'm not sure what's the word. Around the whole city with like lots of Christmas decorations. It's beautiful, especially during the night. Maybe I should just say mini lights. But actually, it is very famous for many houses to get all decorated during Christmas. I remember seeing that happening in movies, in series. Yeah, the Christmas decorations, at least in the US, it's amazing. It's more beautiful than in here for sure. So Ultras traveled a lot for work in 2019, he would say. About half of the places had a waffle machine, and it's fairly common in all of your mid to higher end hotels. The guava paste, super middle of nowhere ghetto. Super middle of nowhere ghetto ones might not have it. In here, I would say that you find for sure bread, ham, cheese, because we eat that a lot for breakfast. Coffee, milk, and juice, especially orange juice. It's the most common juice in here. You will find a lot of fresh fruits, especially watermelon, bananas, mango, pineapples, and papaya. Yeah, papaya is also very common, even though I don't like it that much. Um, you may find couscous or hot dogs, or like the sausage for you to make a hot dog, or I don't know, eat it with the other side dishes like couscous, for example. You can eat couscous with the hot dog. Eggs as well. Cakes. Yeah, you will find fruit cakes for sure, like orange cakes. Sometimes carrot cake, but not. It's not too common. Orange cake or pineapple or banana cake. Yeah, I would give those three the highest popularity. And then yogurt sometimes. Yeah, those are the normal things I can think right now regarding normal Brazilian breakfast. But then there is no pancakes, there is no waffles. We have got Leavenworth an hour from us. It's a Bavarian style town. It's gorgeous during winter and still fun in the summer. Do they celebrate the St. Patrick's Day? Because when you say Bavarian looking town, I think on St. Patrick's Day. Which, by the way, is not very common in here. Like, it's not a big holiday. The fanciest hotel breakfasts don't get too out of the ordinary. They may just offer more expensive ingredients and garnishes. I could very well see an eggs benedict that has smoked salmon and even caviar on it. Some fancier cuts of meat or otherwise homemade stuff. Who the hell made the floor here Lego bricks? I was not noticing that. That's so true, right? That's cruelty. I have stepped on Legos and you still has the scars, right? Or you still have the scars, right? So your basic hotel breakfast usually serve yourself buffets buffets are breads, bagels, English muffins, croissants. That sounds too fancy already, in my opinion. I should sort my items in here because I'm always getting to the raised items, but I need the battle items. Danishes, butter and jam, peanut butter, cream cheese packs. Oh yes, cheese balls. The thing that I'm telling Ultras to find and try eating it or tasting it, you can find cheese balls in breakfast in here too. Fruit bowls. Oh yes, we have fruit salads in here as well. You can get the slices of fruit like pineapple, papaya, watermelon, like I was saying, even melon as well, like the yellow melon. I think it has a different name in English. That's true. The yellow melon has a different name in English that I cannot remember right now. But I'm pretty sure I was taught that once, right, in the past. But you can also have the fruit salad that have apples, oranges, bananas, and then the fridge will have hard-boiled eggs, yogurt, or cottage cheese. They probably do celebrate the St. Patrick's Day. Then hot stuff is usually scrambled eggs or individual omelets, some kind of meat, either mini sausage or bacon. Even bacon is not common here. Yeah, you won't find bacon. I mean, maybe if you ask directly, but I can't remember seeing bacon. And then they will have pancakes and a waffle machine. Oh, you know what else? You can find tapioca tacos. Yeah, especially if you are visiting a hotel in the Northeast region. You may eat tapioca for breakfast. Yes, not the tapioca pudding or tapioca that's inside the bubble tea. No, it's like that taco that we have talked in the past, right? It looks a lot like a taco. Yeah, that one is delicious. Then a pot of hot oatmeal. Oh yeah, cornflakes. You can find cornflakes in breakfast in here, in hotels. Not oatmeal, but cornflakes. And dispensers with 4 to 5 kinds of cold cereals. Yeah, here it's cornflakes. Joe Danson is going for the cheese. If it has white flesh, we call them canary melons. Yes, that's the one. Or canary, right? Canary melons. Man, I looked at this photo and I'm already hungry now. Although the things that I wish I could be eating the most are more distant. Yeah, they are on the back there. The breads, the cakes. That's what I wanna eat. I don't want the apples or the cereals that are closer to the person. What I always found funny about hotel breakfast rooms is that no staff were ever verifying anything at all. What do you mean? Like, I was obviously a guest, but I could have just had easily walked off the street each time. Oh, I see. So they don't check if you are staying in the hotel or not. That's true. But probably they keep track of that indirectly. Like, they don't ask you to show anything, but maybe the access to the room is only for, people that are already inside the hotel or something. But yes, if you can get through the reception, you can totally infiltrate the breakfast room and then eat there without anything else. But never mind, Ultros, I do remember at least this one hotel, if I'm not mistaken, it was the one I stayed when I went to São Paulo. I had to show them something. Yeah, I had to show them like a ticket, or I had to give them something in order to access the room. At least I have one hotel that did that to me. I think it was the one in São Paulo. But in general, I don't remember hotels asking anything like that for you. I think they are likely trained to verify in some way. Yeah, I imagine so. Most of the places don't even have staff at all around, except for people bringing the food out to replenish it. You know what else? I don't know if it is common in there, but in here sometimes the breakfast is something separated than the hotel room. So basically, you gotta kind of buy your ticket for the breakfast when you're having it, and then somebody will be responsible for that, like by operating a cashier machine. Yeah, there are hotels that do that. So when you go there to eat your breakfast, you gotta pay for it in the moment that you are doing it. I can't say it's the most common thing because I think that the combo of breakfast and sleeping is the most common situation. But there are some hotels that you need to pay for it in separate. It could all be different now, but you were talking about 2019. I mean, that's not too long ago. So there are a few places you stay that didn't have breakfast included. They had the place to eat the breakfast, but you had to pay for it. So in that case, they would just charge the room sometimes. But there are other times that people go there just to eat the breakfast and not really stay in the room, you know. Especially if it is a hotel located in a business center, so people can go there, eat their breakfast, and then go to work or something. I do think the one in São Paulo was a bit different like that. The place to try to stay at the most was the Holiday Inn. I like that name, it sounds cozy. The Holiday Inn Express. Do you guys have the Ibis? Have you heard of it? It's the one that I stay the most when I'm traveling, even though I almost never travel, but it's the one that I would like to stay if I travel. Not because it's luxurious, not because of that, but because it has a good price benefit combo, or it has everything I need, not like extra. It's called Ibis. IBIS. I think it's a hotel by the company called Accor or Accor. Not sure if I'm saying it right. And then they have like a whole set of different hotel brands in the world. It doesn't sound familiar, that's okay. Scotty, thank you for the follow. How are you? Is it just me or did it go very quiet all of a sudden? No, I was thinking for some seconds. If that's what you're talking about. Unless it was a long break. But I did stop for some seconds to think what I was going to say. Like 5 seconds maybe? Because in Portuguese we say price benefit a lot, and then I wasn't sure if that would make a lot of sense in English, but I think it does. How goes the Digigrind? Honestly, it's not going too well, even though you are seeing a very good Digimon, but we already had him before in another cycle, so he was not what I was looking for. But as I got him, I'm trying to farm some money, and I was also trying to find some random items like happy mushrooms, but I ended up finding only mushrooms to prepare myself to the next cycles. But I think that I will also try checking the tournament arena in File City to see if I can join any tournaments in there, especially if there is a rank S tournament. But regarding like important things I could be doing with Mega Sidramon, I don't have any. Because he learned all of the attacks he could learn, he can't Digivolve anymore, so I'm farming bits, yeah. Have you played this game before? I wonder if you have played this as a kid. And if you have, were you able to beat it? Because this game is so damn hard. But I'm loving it because of its complexity. Even though it's been frustrating today, and it was frustrating last Sunday too, because I also couldn't do anything very different, or I couldn't get anything very new. But eventually I will be able to make progress, right? At least I hope so. I'm thinking about returning to File City, but... No, let's get to 100,000 bits and then we go back. We can grind a little bit more. You got it to work again? Oh, it was on your side? So Ultros has the Holiday Inn Express, the Holiday Inn. I have heard of the Holiday Inn because of the website that I was mentioning earlier that was showing me different hotels in all sorts of places. Yeah, they showed me a little bit of the Holiday Inn. They showed me a little bit of the Hilton as well, but I do not remember the others, the Quality Inn, the Ramada, or the Best Western. So Scotty was able to beat this as a kid in 2001. It's hard but fun. I agree. If you don't get desperate when you are starting this game, like in the first cycles with your Digimon, if you don't get too frustrated in there, and if you can stick to it, it is a very rewarding game and a very fun game. I just think that people today would be more impatient, or I don't know, they would give up soon, you know, about continuing the experience or the playthrough. But yeah, this is a very challenging, and I kinda like to try to understand how could this game be so complex? Or find the possibilities of Digivolutions, or find all of those side quests. That's pretty much why I'm investing a lot of time on this game. And there goes my finisher. But congrats, Scotty, because even if you got like a manual or some sort of guide, even with that, I don't think this is an easy game for anyone to beat as a kid. Because I'm having a hard time as an adult. Thankfully now I learned some things, but I struggled a lot on this playthrough. So many random boss fights that killed us, and then I lost my attacks and I had to learn those attacks again and everything. It was really a wild ride. But when you do something right, it's amazing. The feeling of the feeling is very rewarding, right? Or you feel really satisfied with the results when something good happens, when something works out. Castlevania 4 was a rough playthrough. I do think that Castlevania sounds like a hard franchise. Maybe not the hardest game ever, but it looks hard. By the way, Yotros, I saw a picture recently of Sema's helmet, and I'm not sure exactly what was the purpose of that helmet, but I think they were trying to sell it in a auction or something. Yes, I think they were doing an auction. But once I saw that helmet, at first I thought they were kind of teasing the fans of Metroid regarding Metroid news, but now I don't think so. Now I don't think there were any news. But I wonder if you have seen the helmet that I'm talking about. It was a very beautiful helmet, like a real life helmet. But yeah, sadly it was not connected to any Metroid news. Yeah, I saw that. I saw those news in a YouTube channel called Game Explain. In one of their thumbnails, you can see the helmet. Game Explain. Oh, Pilot, thank you so much for the gift sub to Joe Dancing. There we go. Out of nowhere. Okay, I was able to get the money I wanted, so let's go back to File City. And then I will check the arena. And I will hope there is something in there for us. Pilot, were you playing... Oh my god! There we go as well, Scap! Thank you so much, Pilot, for that another one gift sub. I was going to ask Pilot if he has been playing or if he decided to play Xenoblade Chronicles 2, wasn't it? Because there is Xenoblade Chronicles, there is Xenoblade Chronicles X, if I'm not mistaken, and then Xenoblade Chronicles 2, and then Pilot was not liking the outfits of some of the characters of Xenoblade Chronicles 2, but then he was also starting to change his mind, and then I wonder if today he has played the game. And I'm thinking about that because of the last Smash Brothers character that was revealed, which was Pyra and Mitra. So did you, Pilot? Did you change your mind and did you start to play those games? Xenoblade Chronicles 2? Also, were any of you excited for Bravely Default that was released on this month? Because that's one of those franchises that they look good, but I still don't feel safe about them, you know? I wonder if somebody here likes that franchise. Bravely Default. That's a picture of one of the hotels. Let me check that. Oh my god, look at that view, right? And you know what's crazy? This doesn't seem to be a very... Actually, there are two crazy things about this picture. The first one is that this doesn't seem to be a very high room, but you can still have a very beautiful look or view from outside, even if it's not like the top floor or something like that. And the second thing is that the city back there plus the ferry boat crossing the ocean, I'm getting Rio de Janeiro flashbacks because that's the view I have from my city when I look at Rio. And I can have that exact view right there if I head to the university, and they have like a, a path where you can look at Rio, and it's exactly like that. And now I miss my university, but someday I will go back there just for this view and for the sunset. But yeah, this looks a lot like the view I have from my city. So he beat Xenoblade Chronicles 2 a week or so ago. Okay, so great timing of mine, right? You were beating it recently. But I do remember you took forever to start it because you were not liking the outfits. And then we started the expansion called Torna the Golden Country. Yeah. And then ultimately would not recommend Xenoblade Chronicles 2, really? And you are unlikely to ever replay it. You are like the first person that, let's say, shit talks about that game. Because everybody else kinda goes crazy for it. It was a 6 out of 10 experience. That's good to know because by the day I get to Xenoblade, I will try to not have like crazy expectations for at least the sequel. Xenoblade Chronicles 2. It's not really a sequel, right? It's just like getting the number 2 in the end. But yeah, I don't think it is necessarily a sequel. But yes, I will try not to overhype it. Because everybody else I know, they go crazy for that game. But I have a question. How much did you like the soundtrack of it? Because also people compliment the soundtrack of it a lot. So I don't know if in that evaluation you're giving that game of 6 out of 10, if you are considering the soundtrack of it as well. I did hear people saying it's like one of the best soundtracks out there, which is like a very high standard or a very high statement. The character models for Pyra and Mitra annoyed you throughout. Yeah, that's what I remember you telling me. And without giving anything away, they took a character design you really enjoyed and then made it super perverted later in the game. Also, the story beats were very cliche and the dialogue poorly written and acted, really. A friend of mine has been super happy that um, he started playing Fire Emblem Three Houses, and he was saying that he wished more games were dubbed or had like dubbed sections like Fire Emblem Three Houses has. And then I do think that Xenoblade will also have a lot of dubbed scenes or dubbed cutscenes. Even though you are saying that was poorly acted, I'm happy that more games are getting more dubbing sections. Even if it is in English. Like people in here, they still dream on the day that they will be translating games to Portuguese. Hopefully someday. But getting it dubbed in English helps a lot already. And I don't think that's a thing that Nintendo does to most of their first parties, like Mario games, Zelda games, even Pokemon. Imagine a Pokemon game that gets dubbed cutscenes. I think they would be so much better. But no, most of first parties of Nintendo are so silent, which can work in the case of Zelda and maybe Mario a little bit, but not a lot in my opinion. But Zelda, it works because we had that talk about Link being silent and then how hard it would be for them to come up with a series of Zelda because Link would not be able to speak to himself or speak himself. And I was like, oh yeah, it's part of who he is, right? His character. But I do wish that more games could get more dubs. And another good example I would bring up is Persona. I'm even though it's not like fully dubbed, I like the amount of dubbing scenes Persona games have. But yeah, my friend's going crazy because Fire Emblem Three Houses is full of dubbing, and then he's loving it. I didn't stay here personally, but you met your friend and his girlfriend there when you were working in a city 2 hours away from you. Is that a different hotel? Oh my god. What the heck? Are you sure this is not like a painting or Photoshop? This is amusing. And you know what I like the most about some of the Canadian locations? They are not polluted. I hate how so many beaches in Rio are polluted. They are beautiful, but you can't go in because the water is bad. The world design exploration was pretty good at least, not quite to the level of Xenoblade Chronicles X, but still quite good. I generally prefer written text instead. Oh, really? Because it allows for a lot more of it. I mean, they can develop the text more, right? But I can also see them having like long sections with dialogue. And of course, they don't need to have everything dubbed, but having a good amount helps, or it at least makes me happy for it. Games relying on voice work tend to simplify. Yes, I understand what you're saying, but there should be a balance, you know. But I understand that because if they try dubbing a lot of parts, then they will have a lot of expenses regarding the voice actors, and then the game developers may not want to have such expenses. I want to go here in the summer, but it's looking doubtful. Somewhere in British Columbia. This looks a bit like Rio, to be honest. Although those islands and those mountains would have like buildings on them, but it looks like Rio. Ignoring the white mountains on the back with snow, right? That's not in Rio. You were there, you had coffee in the lobby, also used the bathroom in the room before we went hiking. This is Toronto's busiest beach, considering it's a city of shitty people and very crowded. They keep it clean. This looks more like a beach in here. Yeah, it does have its amount of trash, but I'm talking about the trash in the water. You know, trash in the sand. Unfortunately, it's kind of common, but in the water is what makes me the most sad. One game that generally did it very well was Final Fantasy 15. It had a great voice work and enough of it to feel natural and fleshed out. What is your opinion of the Persona game's voice acting? Or at least limited fleshed out, since the overall narrative was really limited. It had great character interaction too. You can be honest, like, you know that I love Persona, but you can be honest in case you did not like the voice acting there. I just wanna understand what is your like standard for good voice acting, and if I have seen it or heard it before. So there is a rank S tournament in here, but I don't think I can join it. Is there any tomorrow? Yeah, it seems that we lost it. So I will go train, and then I will hope they open another tournament before Mega Sidramon dies. But this is so sad, like, we got another Ultimate Digivolution. Why not the one I needed? You know what, I'm going to buy some carrots in here. Not only that, since I got some money, let's go... Wait. Let's go ask for Dreamojamon to go after a treasure hunt again. So Persona 5 had decent voice acting, but not great writing. And not enough conversations between the characters outside of stuff directly relevant to the plot. It's the fluff conversations that build the legitimacy of relationships. I can see what you're saying, but at the same time, you know there is a reason why there is not anything like, let's say, easy to get besides the fluff conversations. Because you know there is the social links, right? Maybe some of them are indeed still fluff. If you develop those social links, I can agree with you. But on the other hand, there are some that are very, at least in my opinion, very deep. Yeah, but I agree. Yeah, in general, what connects them for the whole game, if you do not invest on the social links, is the plot connection, right? Like their interests towards what's going on in the plot. But for you to like have something more deep or individual or specific, you gotta invest into the social links. Although not all of them will be, like I'm saying, not all of them will be deep. But I can understand what you're saying, yeah. And if you do not go for the social links, you won't have anything very deep. Yes, you only have the fluff of the plot. I can see what you're saying. And I would also say that, in my opinion, maybe the game that has the deepest social links is the fourth one. Because I recently have watched a playthrough of Persona 3, and I still have fresh on my mind the relationships or the social links of Persona 5. But the ones I can remember from Persona 4, they felt very deep in my opinion. Not all, of course, it's never all of them, but like at least the important ones, they were very deep in my opinion. Yeah. So maybe Pilot, by the time you get to Persona 4, you may like the social links in there the most. The third one would be the least deep ones in my opinion. Yeah, the social links in Persona 3 were not as great as the others, but there is something about Persona 3 that I forgot, and it's also great. But I can't say anything. Even though it's like lacking on strong social links, there is something else in there that makes it unique and great. Final Fantasy 15 was a 9.5, and you are planning to play the Persona 4 Golden on stream even once you're able to get a PlayStation TV. I'm only worried about like if you're able to keep a schedule of that because Persona 4 Golden will be like a very long run, but I do hope you can work it out. For example, Scap right now is having a hard time to go back to Persona 5, and he's only in the beginning. Let's go for the special course. But I do think you'll like Persona 4 for that. Persona 4 does a good job regarding, you know, knowing the characters. Maybe Persona 4 is the best Persona for that. Maybe that's why it's like a favorite of many as well. I'm hoping to get a schedule hammered down of 2 days a week, one extended weekend stream, and one shorter weeknight. Well, let us know when you settle it. Let's go train. I will not adventure myself again. Even though I didn't find my happy mushrooms. So what else can I do in here? Oh, you are going to die, aren't you, Omega Sidramon? You are already 13 years old. But sure, let's see. Let's go for defense. So, Pilot, what are you having for dinner today? Is it pizza by any chance? Yesterday, everybody was in the mood for sandwiches, even myself. Today, I think I'll go just for cereal. Also, how is it called again? The Tai Chi, right? You were practicing Tai Chi. How is that? Joe Dancing is craving pizza too. Oh, you are having hot dogs, so we were also talking about hot dogs yesterday, and Suber was having that for dinner. You are sticking pretty good to your 100 500 daily calories. Were they regular hot dogs or like vegan hot dogs or something? And the Tai Chi is going very well. Each session just makes you more devoted to the practice. Thank you for asking. There we go. I should be doing some more physical activities though. Thankfully, my leg that has been aching sometimes, it's stopping to ache most of days now. But some weeks ago, it was aching a lot. And then after I tried to kind of fake run in my apartment, I was like running without moving, if that makes any sense. After I decided to fake run, I was able to make it better throughout the other days. But I do miss like going out and walking around the city and stuff, which is my my biggest physical activity. It's like to walk. Oh, regular hot dogs? I think I will end up buying hot dogs soon as well because I have been giving up at the last second. But you are eating it today. Someone was having that yesterday. Ultras was also in the mood for hot dogs. The next time I'm doing grocery shopping, I will end up buying that. Yeah, I'm not going outside. I could, but it's that I don't have like a great need to go outside, you know? I have been able to do everything from home. But the physical activity, but I'm not really going outside. The last time I went outside was November. Yeah, it was in November because I was forced to go outside because of the elections. Although last week I checked my mailbox because it took forever since I went down to the floor level of my apartment where the mailbox is to check it. So yeah, last week I checked my mailbox. Thankfully, nothing important or I was not missing out anything major. Your fiance and you are looking at a half marathon next year. You are going to run a half marathon. Those running events are very popular in here. People do love to run in here a lot. So we have started training for it now. That sounds like very fun. I'm still just a casual walker, but I kinda wish I were a runner. I don't know if you have been reading something, Pilot, but I was even telling a friend of mine that's been running during the pandemic. It's been like his physical activity slash um, escapee or way to relax. He has been running recently, and I was telling him to check this one book out. That's by, or yeah, that's by right. That's by my favorite writer. You know him because you even told me that there was like a, I don't know, I don't know if it is an ex girlfriend you had or somebody in your family But there is a connection between Pilot and Haruki Murakami somehow. He has a book about running, and I did like that book. It's called What I Talk When I Talk About Running. It's a very funny title as well. I recently got a fitness tracking watch. Are those really useful? Because I never really thought they were, I don't know, very useful somehow. Maybe they are. Maybe it's just because I'm not into the fitness world, so it doesn't look too appealing to me, but hopefully it's been useful. And you find having the running statistics so easily accessible and surprisingly motivating. Okay, if that's helping you to stay motivated, it counts, right? It does it. Although people can do that with their phones as well, can't they? I see some people sometimes posting things on social media that's like the amount of kilometers they ran on a day or something, and also the track. I'm pretty sure there may be apps that do that. But I kind of never was a person that wears watches. And you know what's funny? I have gotten judged for wearing a watch on my left hand, even though I'm right-handed. Yeah, some people were like thinking that I was left-handed because I used to wear a watch on my left hand. I just thought it was more comfortable for me to have it on the hand that I don't write. But it seems that everybody else doesn't do it that way. I will check the arena again. But then today I think that wearing a watch sounds more like a style thing than like being important for its use, because if you want a cell phone you can check the hours by using your cell phone, and I got used to that. I do hope they come up with another tournament. I'm checking it again because they sometimes do change the tournaments that were listed. Is it different? You see, it is different. But why can't I join that tournament right there? I love how this one almost reads like Dubai. It's only missing a new. But why can't I join that one? I used to think that the Monochromon side quest was the worst. Now I'm thinking that the tournament side questing is the worst. Those tournaments options or like the calendar is never accurate. If it's more glitched or bugged, I mean, I don't understand why I can't join that rank S tournament because, first of all, they were not showing it to me yesterday, and second, it's a tournament that happens today and it still hasn't started. Other tournaments for today are available, but not that one. Why? So I don't get it. And then this is going to be another day that I won't be able to join the tournament. I will check it once again, but I don't think it will allow me to join it. But this is super disappointing. It's been like many weeks that I'm trying to enter this freaking rank S tournament and I can never do it. Yeah, normally I need to enroll one day earlier, but sometimes, Subaru, I'm not gonna lie, sometimes I can enter the tournament on the day that it's happening. It's very random. Yeah, it is visually glitched or bugged, yeah. Maybe I did not check if that tournament was like hidden, and then maybe by pressing start I could find it. But at the same time, yesterday they were showing us a lot of tournaments, and then I thought that there were no empty slots for it. You see, now all of them are unavailable, but those three right there, they were available when I first checked. Why? Why do they do this differentiation, or like why is it different? Anyway, no hidden tournaments there. I think I will join the rank 8 tournament just to say that I'm joining something. Yeah, even though that's not really what I really wanted, but sure. But don't you think it doesn't make sense that they were allowing me to enroll to 3 tournaments on the same day, but not the 3 last ones? What is the difference? Shouldn't it be like all or nothing? I don't get it. But let's see if Mega Sidramon can survive a couple more days and then do it. But this is disappointing. Of course I tried to join it. Even when they were showing it in red, I tried to join it. I couldn't. Surprisingly, he's very happy. I don't know what I did to him to turn him that happy or to make him that happy. Before I put him to sleep, I will double check the tournaments for tomorrow, and then we'll be sure that we really. Oh, never mind, tomorrow is the rank 8 tournament. I already told them that I would be doing that. An example, my watch just gave you a happy little jingle and an animation for completing your daily steps, and then another for your hydration goal. Man, that's one that I need to work harder. I have been a little bit lazy to like make juice, and then normally I drink more liquids from juice than water, so I need to pay attention to my hydration levels. Oh my god, man. Yes, I do not drink that much water for sure. I can't even get to 2 liters. Yeah, that's a very high hydration goal. But I agree with you that having those supportive or motivational apps, or in your case, a watch, it feels very helpful or rewarding. You know, something that I miss a lot? I miss going out with my 3DS and getting the Street Pass function of it. That Street Pass function was so fun. When you return home and then you open your 3DS and then you notice that, oh my god, I spotted people! And then you see the people you spotted in the streets and then you play games with them. I miss that so much. Water goals. I'm currently in the battle arena of Final Fantasy VII and you're getting your butt kicked. Oh no! I love the battle arena, but yes, if you are not lucky on those roles, they can be brutal. Or if you get some crazy enemies, like the Tonberry. My daily goal is of 2.8 liters as a baseline, and then it tracks your activity and adjusts upwards depending on how much water lost through things like sweat. The thing that I keep track the most currently is like my finances. Every time I buy something, I tell my. There is an app that I can add some information about finances, but like my calories or water, I do not keep track of that. Or maybe I should say I keep track of kilometers that I kind of walk, because the 3DS had that pedometer, and my phone has Pokemon Go, and Pokemon Go has that as well. But recently, because I'm not going outside, it's not giving me accurate readings or information. But yes, the thing I keep track the most today is totally my finances. If I buy something, I add it to the tables. It really is all about luck, right? Are you in the beginning of the game or are you doing some, I don't know, almost end game stuff? It depends on your levels as well. You are still tired? Speaking of buying things, if you were not here yesterday, I ordered the new webcam. So it may be getting here in according to the email, in 7 days, but maybe it gets here sooner than that. I just hope it works, because I'm not sure if it's going to work. My computer is acting weird for the webcam that I own. I just hope it doesn't act weird for any other one. Yes, I wanna enter tomorrow's competitions even though I'm canceling the rank 8 tournament. Yeah, so okay, stay on the rank 8 tournament. Now you sleep. Then check this again. Wait, did I just cancel? Oh, I can't check anything if I tell them to cancel. Fine, we'll face this rank 8 tournament. But please give me a good tournament tomorrow. It may be my last shot. So, do you guys like to play golf? Is it something that you guys, I don't know, sometimes go out to play or something? I wish golf was more popular in Brazil. Yeah, golf. I'm saying that for two reasons. First is because I'm thinking on the Mario Golf that was announced, and I kind of predicted it. I was thinking, man, this is about time for them to talk about a new Mario Golf, and then we got it, and it looks good. Maybe I still want to see more of it to get to better conclusions, but I'm happy they are keeping the RPG single player mode of it. Like it's something they started with the Game Boy Color game. So I'm happy they are sticking with that. It adds more to the game. And I also like the new multiplayer craziness Rumble Golf mode that goes all sorts of wacky, right? That looked very fun. But like regarding the graphics and everything else, I thought it was just okay. But also because I do know that golf is so popular in other countries, and there are so many golf courses as well. Here in Brazil, we don't have that. There are even those locations where it's not like a whole course, but you can simply stay at a certain spot and then you keep on throwing and hitting golf balls forever, you know? I would be happy with one of those things in here already, but I can't say we have. I don't know about any of that in Brazil. I have tried to play it a few times, but you got bored. I have never been able to do more than 6 holes before stopping. But oh my god! Good call! Yes, that's a game that I wanna check out as well. Isn't it the one that everything turns into golf or something? I was super curious about that game. It looked very fun, if it is the one that I'm thinking. I think that golf will be that sport that you are going to fail a lot before you get good at it, but at the same time, I like how calm it is. You know, it's not a stressful sport. You can take your time. It's normally in a beautiful location. I do like that piece of it, you know? I even don't know what else to train. Um, oh yes, I lost some points because he was tired, so let's try getting to... Was it 600? No, never mind. I don't think I was at 600 before, so maybe I did not lose too many points. Yeah, let's go for that. The one different sport that I played more than golf for sure, and I like, is bowling. But there are two things about bowling. Bowling is expensive, and I do get my arms hurt on the next day. But I do like bowling. I need to give him an MP floppy and that's it, right? I recently was learning, or I was recently hearing about this, that how am I going to describe this if you guys have never heard the name before? I will try though. I recently learned that there is a sport that here in Brazil we play a lot in the beach, that it's like beach tennis. It's like two people with rackets, and then there is a rubber ball, and then they keep on, trying to keep the rubber ball not to hit the ground or the sand. Have you ever seen that sport? I learned that was invented in Brazil, and in here it's called frescobol. But I wonder if you guys have heard of it. It's like tennis, but you don't have a net, and you play that in the beach. And it's like also badminton, I think, because you have the... I know it has a very bad word for it in English, but I forgot how was it again. But you gotta keep it up, like you can't let it drop. Yeah, we have that sport in Brazil, and I recently heard it's a Brazilian sport. It was invented in here, even though it's just an adaptation of tennis. That sport's fun as well. I do have the rackets and the rubber ball. Sometimes I use it to play it with my friends. Bowling is fun, you like the experience, but you're bad at it. I am probably bad at it too, but I kinda wanna say I'm average, because I also don't suck that much. But of course I'm not a pro. But I use it to love it a lot, yeah. The coolest bowling location I have been to Joe dancing was this one that after midnight it turns into a nightclub. So I was surprised because I was not expecting the change of atmosphere they went for. We were there playing bowling, it was all okay, all fun, and then suddenly midnight they turned off the lights. And then they only turned on some very smooth lights above the courses, like the bowling courses. But it was like a nightclub. They were playing electronic music. I even remember one of the tracks they were playing because it was like the first time I heard it. It was so fun. And then we were playing bowling like never before. But sadly, that location is in another state that I live, so I couldn't really return to it. But I kinda wish that more locations or more places could do something crazy like that too, like, let's mix bowling with a nightclub. That same place had a laser shot game too, but I did not try it. I still haven't played laser shot. I think that the last group party-like game I have participated or I have joined was a escape room. Have you guys ever been to a escape room? Sadly, we lost in the second and last time I went there. We were only victorious in the first attempt. Escape room was really fun, although I hate how expensive it is. I think it should be at least a little bit more cheap. But for giving it a try, it's worth. Are we fighting Piximon or is that Mamemon? It is Mamemon. He survived with 2 HP and he's using his finisher. Okay, at least we could see Mamemon's finisher. That was the first time. We have never gotten Mamemon right. Maybe he's one of the champions? Mamemon is an ultimate? So Mamemon and Metal Mamemon are both ultimate? That's kinda crazy. I should check my email. Oh no. Oh no, I know what's to come though. Let me guess. Was it Golf Story that you brought up? I will check it though. Let me get my phone. Wait, what? No, it's not Golf Story. What is this game, Pilot? I mean, the name of it sounds interesting. Is it an investigation game? Yeah, what the heck is that? It's a game called UP Psycho Executive Edition. I'm thinking it's an investigation game. Yeah, this is out of the radar for sure. UP Psycho. Is this like Danganronpa or something? Another game I need to try. Actually, that reminds me that I need to add one game to my Steam wishlist that I heard about today. How was it called though? I don't remember, but I took a note of it. So I will be doing that after the stream when I check the notes. By the way, Pilot, did you see those two Switch games that are going to be released that are called Famicom Detective Club? If you haven't seen those games, check them out on YouTube because they were announced on the last Nintendo Direct and I really got some heavy Phoenix Wright vibes from them. And also, I don't know if you have ever played Phoenix Wright, but if you haven't, please do it because Phoenix Wright is one of the best franchises I have gotten myself into for sure. And fun fact, I was remembering or thinking of Phoenix Wright today because there is this one 3DS game that I have that's called Crosswords 3D, and they have like a word of the day every day, right? And then I like to check them because sometimes it's a fun word or it's even a new word that I can learn in English. Today's word was attorney. I was like, are you freaking kidding me? Is this like you're trying to tell me to go play Phoenix Wright again? And they always bring a fun fact or a curiosity with the word they give you. Did you know that more than half of the American presidents were attorneys? That's the fun fact about that word. So I'm throwing it right now if that interests you. But yeah, Phoenix Wright, go check that out. I love Phoenix Wright. You are giving away nothing other than it has beautiful pixel graphics and it's gloriously fun, but are you not going to tell me what is it about? Oh, you saw those? But you're not sure if they would be up your alley. And you won the Phoenix Wright trilogy? I mean, didn't you think they were a lot like Phoenix Wright? I mean, of course it won't have the trial part, but the investigation and the music even, they felt a lot like Phoenix Wright to me. You beat about the first 1.5. Okay, so you still need to finish the second game and jump into the third. My favorite Phoenix Wright game right now is the fourth game. It's Apollo Justice, although it's an unpopular opinion. Actually, most people will probably hate it or like say it's not as great as the others, but I think it was fantastic to me. And then maybe my second favorite is either the first or the last one I played, which was number 6, Spirit of Justice. I was really surprised with the direction Spirit of Justice went. And one thing that I love about that franchise, Phoenix Wright, is that you can really see the development of the characters. It's not like what the Pokemon anime, for example, have been doing for many years, although now they are finally changing it, or has been doing, right? They are finally changing it, which is like forgetting about the past. No, Phoenix Wright keeps it fresh. You can see the development, you can see the characters' learnings. It's very good because of that. It's like rewarding for you to play all of those games in order, in the right order, because you can totally see the character's development and in a logical way. Never start Phoenix Wright without playing them in order. It's much better if you play them in order. So the best way to approach UP Cycle is knowing that, okay, if that's what you're saying, let's do it that way. I honestly have never heard of that, so sure. It's not really fast-paced, that's okay. It has a lot of hilarity and the level of scare. I'm not really excited for the level of scare though, but given it has 2D pixel graphics, the scare isn't all that scary, hopefully. Because I'm not gonna lie, one of the games that got me the most impacted was 999. Because I ended up getting to a bad ending. That bad ending was brutal. So you only learned about it a few days ago, and now you have sunk about 10 hours in and you were loving every minute. I'm not gonna lie, you're making me so curious that I kinda wish I could like boot up that game offline and play it. But no, I will save it for streaming it someday. Let me give you a recommendation, Pilot, because the game that I boot up while I was offline, although I will need to bring it up online, because I loved it so much, is a game called Gunman Clive. It's a very short game, you can beat that game in one day if you want. But man, I was not ready for everything Gunman Clive had to offer to me. And after I played it on my 3DS, I saw they had both games, like it has a sequel for PC. So I was like, I won't play the sequel because I wanna play it on stream now, you know. Also the first one, I can try playing the first one with a different character to have a different playthrough. But Gunman Clive was amazing. I was always, or I have been always kind of postponing that game or ignoring that game because I was thinking, man, this is going to be a shooter. It's a Western-based shooter and I'm not into that. I was not ready for the platforming it had, for the soundtrack it had. I was only expecting it to not disappoint me regarding the art graphics or the art looks of it. And it was outstanding too. But the combo of art, platforming, and the music, I was really mind blown by it. So Gunman Clive, go check that game out. It's amazing. You're having a tough time finding it. It's Gunman Clive. And then there are two games. Both of them are on Steam. They are very good, and I think they are very cheap as well, so you may be able to buy them easily. But yes, don't expect also a very long game, it's very short, but I was very surprised by them. I think some streams ago, I think last weekend, I was talking about them, because I had a power outage in one day in here. And then I was like, what am I going to do during this power outage? And then I boot up my 3DS, I tried to find a game I haven't played yet, and then I went for it. And after that, I kept playing it for the next days. That game was simple. Oh, you know what? No, never mind. I wish I could tell you to go watch the trailer, but maybe you should not watch the trailer because it's going to show you too much about the game. since it is a somewhat short game, right? So don't watch the trailer. But after you beat the game, you watch the trailer. Because I was watching the trailer when I was recommending it to other friends of mine. Dude, the trailer is fantastic. It's such a funny trailer because they kind of make fun of its own game. It was such a genius trailer. I had so much fun on watching it. But don't watch it because it's going to show you too much. But it's such a good trailer. Good because it's different. It's like from the it starts like this. From the creators of some other games, Gunman Clive, and then they say, "How is it going?" Like they say so many funny things you would not expect from those trailers. They say like another generic platformer with some cool features and lots of brown. I was like, yes, the game is just like this. It's such an honest and fun description of the game, but the game is way more than that, of course. It's such a good game. But the way they were saying it on the trailer, it was so good. From the creators of some other games, they don't mention the other games at all. Gunman Clive, lots of brown, a generic platformer. It's so good. They were on Switch? Okay, go for them on Switch then. I didn't know they were on Switch. Oh, you actually bought them? There we go. Man, it's such a good game. It's short but fun. It's like I don't know, maybe uh, like Portal. You can play Portal in one day and then you can beat it. You can go from the beginning to the end. Have that experience and then let me know what you think about it. I thought it was such a good game. Challenging, and like sometimes you take some attempts before beating a level, but it's not frustrating in my opinion. It's one of those games that you can take hits from it, but it kind of motivates you to keep on going because you can see yourself getting closer to the end and learning throughout the level or learning thanks to your mistakes. That's how I felt about it. If people have told me that Gunman Clive had amazing platforming, I probably would have played it much earlier because I thought it was just a shooting game, and then I was like, nah, I can pass on this. It does have the shooting part, of course, but I was surprised by the platforming. But definitely give it a shot. It's a very good indie game. So I could not register myself into any tournaments. You guys just saw it. So I will wait for tomorrow to give it another shot. But I will also be calling the stream very soon, so probably I won't be able to join the tournament. Hi Yoda, how are you? Were you checking Gunman Clive? That game is so good. It's way more than what I was expecting from it. I have seen Metal Slug, I know a lot of people like it, but I don't like the I don't know, the atmosphere or the theme of it. I had a hard time liking the theme of it. Like it's a lot of war and tanks and army and stuff. I'm not very into that. Even though I'm not very into Western things, Gunman Clive surprised me. But I still have a hard time regarding the looks of Metal Slug. I would say that Gun and Clive is just like what I was saying yesterday regarding simple dishes that you may think they are simple, but when they are done correctly, they can be the best. Like, once again, I'm bringing this up. My friend that says that rice is her favorite dish, and then this week I ordered from a restaurant, and then I thought that rice it was amazing because it had the perfect amount of salt and it had some garlic taste as well. I was like, holy shit, I need to eat more of this rice. Gun and Clive is the same. It's simple, but it's very well done simple. And it becomes so fun for its simplicity, but outstanding for the execution, you know? That's pretty much why I loved it. I do hope the second game is longer. I think it will be, but it may also be harder. But regarding indie games I have seen recently, that one became an instant favorite. So I will give it a last check to see if I can join a rank S tournament. I'm actually surprised that Mega Sidramon is still alive. Maybe it's because he was very happy. He has been very happy. So can I please join into a tournament, like a good one? Yes! Why do I still have high hopes about this? But they have it tomorrow. And it's not even showing it to me, you see, it's hidden. I won't enter because Subaru is telling me or asking me what's the description. It's going to be the normal one, like... Oh, I can't even read it. Wait, is there a J tournament in there? Okay, so now I finally understand the shit. Those two tournaments are there actually. So it's like they got the letters to the previous column for some reason. But then I don't think he will survive one more day, will you? He won't, he'll die just like Andromon. Man, just boot it up and play it. Basically a very casual, simple platformer with some action shooting and fantastic look soundtrack and uh, some things that may surprise you as well. Go for it, it's such a good game. NA time versus Japan time. It is a visual bug, but I just noticed that the tournaments they have on the next day are the ones that were put on the previous day. I was thinking they were all not connected, but no, there is a connection. So if I can't enter a tournament on the current day, they are probably hidden on the next day. So at the very least, I think I understood that. But it's sad because I may not be alive up to the next day. I wish I could put you to sleep right now and then let's try it. Look at that! 16 years old! You are dying today! If you don't die today, you may be breaking records of longest living Digimon I have had. This is the... I don't know if there is an expression of that in English. I don't think there is. But like, this Mega Sidramon has a foot inside the tomb. Like 1 foot inside the tomb. Because it means it's almost dead. That's an expression in Portuguese, or how is it called again? Or 1 foot in the grave, yeah, but also in the tomb, right? But I don't think there is a phrase or a sentence like that in English, like in the way we have in here. Maybe I could say that Mega Sidramon is almost kicking the bucket. Maybe that works. Just give me a new day, come on. I'll even push this a little bit harder, or like... I won't finish the stream right now, even though I should for what I need to do after this stream. I wanna really see if he can join the freaking tournament, so let's see it. Please survive just this one last day. You can do it, Sidramon. Okay, it's good because we woke up very close to the beginning of the tournament. Just hanging there for some more couple hours. Think about positive stuff like the blue sky, the stars, the universe, the beautiful ocean, delicious food, a pleasuring music, friends, family, guava paste, video games, pizza, Just don't think about things that could make you die or sad or something. Come on, Greymon, it's time, please. Let me in. Oh, actually, since I'm actually having this tournament, I hope so, I should change my attacks, right? Because I had some very weak attacks in here. Yeah, I'll trade the Ice Needle for the Giga Freeze, but I will keep the Teardrop. Somebody please play the Song of Double Time. Where is my... Digimon, the more I see you, the more I hate you. That's all I'm saying. You always show up in the worst moments. And I do think you like doing it to us in here. It seems Demon has faded away. Ha ha ha. Screw you, right? You have been training so hard and then you won't be able to do what you want? Because in here it's Digimon, it's my way. If I don't want you to join the tournament, you won't. Because I'm like death in disguise. So I control the time your Digimon are going to be alive. I know when everything ends and I can tell them to end it for me if I need, if I want, if I... Digimon! I swear to God, if Digimon becomes a partner in one of the Digimon games, I think I will quit. But anyway, there goes another very close opportunity. But I can't say that Mega Tidramon hasn't tried because he did survive very long, or for very long. Before fading away, there goes another Digitama. I will go for Elecmon next. This one. But at the very least, I think I learned a little bit more about the calendar from the tournament bug, right? So hopefully we can set ourselves better for the Rank S tournament. But I'm not gonna lie, it's been kinda impossible because every time I finally enter it, they kinda kill me. So I really don't get it. Even when I look if there is like a hidden tournament available on the next day, I have been checking that because I know it's a thing that can happen. They don't let me in, they don't let me register myself. So it's been very annoying. Just reload. I think he would die at the very second, don't you think? Or at the same second. But that's a good question. That's something to wonder. But anyway, guys, that's it for tonight. So thank you so much for stopping by. We'll be back to Roller Coaster Tycoon on Saturday. We were actually playing a very fun level. It was a glacier and we have been all sorts of creative in there. And we'll be back to Digimon on next Sunday. Hopefully getting a new champion this time. Not only an ultimate, that's kinda harder, but a champion, hopefully we can get a champion. But that's it. Thank you so much for stopping by. Have a fantastic week. Also have a great March because it's starting now. Take care and I see you then. Goodbye.